Whoa, it's time for the news. Oh, hang on. I left the overhead light on. While I'm going to fix that, Aaron, why don't you introduce yourself to everybody?
Yeah, hi, everyone. Aaron Aksmith. I don't know how Chris normally parses all of it, but we're here. It's the day after my birthday today.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
I've been saying that to my mom on the phone every day for nearly a month now, just because I was like, why not? There's no birthday police, so why not? And now for the last week and a half, it's been happy birthday and happy Mother's Day every single time I answer the phone. Because why not?
No, we had an incredibly lazy day, and sometimes that's kind of the best.
Hell yeah. I've been, I'm flying on Wednesday, and today I went to the storage unit to fill my check luggage with stuff to sell at the Cherry Bomb Toy Show, and it turns out just about all the Lego that I'd had in a tub in that storage unit for 12 years fills my check luggage. So I think I'm going to sell a pile of Lego. The only thing is I need to find a scale, because I think maybe my check luggage is overweight now.
I'll just, if it comes in overweight, just roll it back, put on some Lego. until you get underway, and then
Yes.
just wear the Lego on the plane.
Well, also most of the Lego is in baggies because I discarded a lot of the packaging 12 years ago, so it is very flexible. So a lot of it is also built kits in Ziploc bags. So I could just like take a built kit, smash it on the floor, and then stuff it into my carry-on luggage.
Just stuff it down your pants. That way you can get a weird look when you do the like hands up scanner thing.
Yeah, and I was just like, no, listen, I'm a Lego maniac. But I decided like, hey, I didn't actually even remember having this much Lego. And that in hand with my whole feeling of like, I think I like Lego as a spectator sport more than an active thing myself. I was like, this feels like I don't need to keep all of this. And there was more I was thinking to put in the suitcase, but the Lego alone filled most of it up. So I still have a bunch of Mega Block stuff, all just piled in there. No, it's the nice ones. It's the ones with the cool minifigures. But also, I'd like to say hello to everyone who was here for the start of the stream in the text chat. That's Eve Tronia, PT, Cliff, Long was here, Robot Lorekeeper, Aaron Aksmth, Mod also here, Monday Adams, Valkysis, Ruby, Nakamura Ryo, Shia, Alex Kidd, and Juan Hernandez. Hello, and I also noticed Cliff saying I was definitely alive for this time. So we are crossing further into the realm of existence for more of our audience.
Yeah.
Which is always very fun. Juan
See, we aren't generating newborn audience quite quickly enough to outpace our news travelings.
I'm still working on the fungal tech to get it like spore derived offspring. Then we'll catch up for sure. Then it's going to be so fast. Also, I just saw Juan Hernandez saying, Omega Prime waste seems fine. Should I do the mod just in case? No, I mean, if you have sandpaper, no reason not to.
Okay, so I'll say I did mine, and it was pretty easy. It's 9 screws and a little bit of sandpaper to just be insurance. Because I think what's happening, because I sat there and actuated mine a bit, and... especially like if you have easy access to the couple of photos from Option Zero, it'd be good for things. What the hell? I don't have them open. Are you? So basically, I think what may have been happening as well is there's no like guide channel that guarantees that when you stretch the torso up and down, you stay linear. So what I'm thinking may happen is if you get just a little bit askew, then you've got a corner clipping into those internal ridges.
Yeah, that tracks with one of my theories, which is like, because we've seen this in Transformers before, when assembly can just, involve a little bit too much force without knowing why. And then you're ramming that spine in. And those little fins, I'm so fascinated by them because I have so many theories on why they're there. And like I'll never find out, but I have fun theorizing on them because they're so strange.
Yeah. The nearest thing I can think of is that they're supposed to be in there for some stiffening for that plate and to be something to be against that liner, and it just didn't line up. I would have felt like if it was vertical to act more like a guide rail for it, it might have been better, but who knows?
Does that spine...
It has...
Does it not have any kind of rail that it guides along, or is it really just like a rectangle that goes in there?
It is a oddly shaped thing. There's just there's a little bit of guidance, there's a little bit of a channel that it sits down into on the front. I want to say on one of the sides, there's just a little bit of a spot that it slides into, but there's not like a post that goes in a channel.
Okay.
Like the entire width of it runs in the very wide channel. Long, I did not sand down the sliders on Ultra Magnus's wings. Mine move in and out without any friction pain to it. So that's the other thing that a lot of people have been concerned about. But
yeah,
mine seemed like the first actuation, it was a little bit of but I went and checked mine afterwards, and it was just like beep boop beep boop. Either I've blown it out and there's no chance, or I didn't roll snake eyes on that one.
A big piece of data that I wish we could get that I don't think we're going to get anymore is someone who gets one that absolutely doesn't have visible cracks and then develops visible cracks. Because I have a theory that if yours doesn't have cracks there in the first place, it's unlikely you are going to cause them to manifest. Just given the other theory that I also somewhat believe in, that this may have come from just harsh assembly. But I don't think we're ever going to know because too many, like, it's too known now. Everyone's doing the work to make it less scary to mess with, which is better. But I just kind of wish I knew if it was... You know how, like, Reveal the Shield Wreck-Gar's palm stress mark, right? Over time, it became clear that you'd probably need to put in some work to actually make that split. But it took a few years for that to really manifest as, like, knowable data. I don't think we're going to get that on Omega Prime, nor do I really think that it's our imperative to get it. I would like to know.
Okay, Chris, I just sent you the link.
Hello.
All right, not sent you. It's on the live chat. Sorry. I have mod powers. I can.
Yeah, you can
put
actually
links
post
in
links. Let me just drag this over into the right browser window because, for various reasons, I can't always control what browser window things go into. Unless there's just browser, like, you know, martial arts that I'm unaware of that could better guarantee this stuff. I'm sure there is.
Sometimes you can click drag links into other things.
I do try. It can be complicated. Yeah, those are the little fins. Option 0 has one of the uglier ones where half of them are out. It looks like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense, though, because if it was just leaning to one side on the way in...
So that's, like, if you go... I think it's like his fourth photo down that kind of shows
this a little bit here.
The alignment. And so that's the front. And...
Oh, here we go.
I don't know how much lag there is
there
between the video that they're seeing and as we're speaking.
Just top down.
But that fourth video, I feel like what may have happened is a little bit of sideways motion when trying to pull it down or pull it open may have been enough to snag into that.
Yeah, I really would love to know the intent behind the little ridges, but like what I will say is there's a chance those ridges weren't even in there from Takara Tomy or Hasbro. Those might have been in there from the factory end.
Yeah. And that's another thing. In I think the way that they work now, they should be handing off like digital versions of what that mold is, but that still has to be manufactured. And then if it's a matter of like, hey, it fits all the cosmetic things, all the actions move on like EDM model, you know, engineering development models. EDM models is like an ATM machine or hot water heater or pin number. And on the EDMs, like it may have been fine on the early versions, and then when it went to production, it was just a tiny bit sloppier. It could be that, you know, some people just got a wide gray piece and a skinny red piece and interfered with each other. A whole lot of things. I've seen
in the pieces
multiple
here,
places people just yelling about how dare Takara blow me and Hasbro and blah blah blah. And
are any of these pieces involved nylon, or are these all ABS? I'm assuming some of these are like a mix. Like the base red piece has enough glare, it looks like it's ABS, but I'm not sure.
They're all ABS. I would say they're all ABS.
Oh, they're all ABS. Okay, I'm curious if maybe at one point one of these was supposed to be nylon, and then, like, you know, for various reasons wasn't, or maybe there was supposed to be an insert piece in the CAD. Maybe one of these was supposed to be a nylon. There's so many different like angles and ways of how things could have gone. Like, I have fun theorizing about those because those are based on, like, you know, it's like solving a little riddle. But you know, I understand that for a lot of the folks who, you know, are sitting there waiting for theirs, like, it's a bit less fun. But, you know, ideally the way I have fun also can take a little bit of the edge off, because I just think it's more constructive than, you know, like, why did they do this? Because, like, there's plenty of reasons why any of this could be this way.
And honestly, it was all I needed was like one screwdriver. Option 0 actually calls out the specific thing because it's not quite a Phillips
Is it one of the JIS
screwdriver.
ones?
It's like a JIS
Yeah.
something. And then I hit it. I may have sanded a little bit too far, but it's not like there's anything loose.
Yeah.
I sanded it probably more like sanded it more than I would have needed to, but it was enough that I hold the front and back together, move it up and down, move just fine. When he's in Fire Convoy, he's all the way down. You don't got to worry about it. When he's Omega Prime, you pull that up, and then you have that neat backpack flip trick thing that makes his backpack smaller and gives him a brace, and he sits on it just fine.
Yeah.
And when you turn him into a fire truck, you're pulling it all the way out and rotating it around. So even if it had zero friction on it at all, like it'd only be a problem if you were picking him up by the torso.
That's what I saw recently. Someone said that
swinging his legs around.
They definitely oversanded theirs, but then stressed that like they basically said like you can't really oversand it to the point of damaging your experience.
Short of taking it to like a wheel grinder and just going, yeah,
as a human.
The videos where you see somebody like feed a Nokia into something and it just turns into dust. Like as long as you're not doing that, you should be fine.
Like I saw chatter about like what grade sandpaper should I be using, and even then I was kind of like, I don't think that's terribly important. It's mostly you're taking some of the edge off, and it's a piece you're never going to see. So
yeah, that's. I think Option Zero lists the two that he went through. I had some kind of heavy grit. I think I had like a 140 grit or something, which isn't a smooth sandpaper at all. But it's all internal. The parts that I sanded are always internal, and like that was it.
Hey, Chris Carnage. Also, Connor McClure, I just wanted to say, like, yeah, the Gamer Edition Megatron knee, I would say with 90% certainty, because again, I doubt we'll ever know for sure, but with 90% certainty, I'd say that was a case of something that was added on the factory level for various reasons and practices therein of the factory floor manager. And as far as the grease residue, I would believe that at least at some point during that initial batch, perhaps there was and again, I'm hypothesizing, while assembly was happening, maybe some of the workers were saying, hey, this thing is like hella hard to actually get in here. And maybe there was a floor decision made to like, all right, let's apply like an extra like layer of lube to get it in there. That'll, ideally evaporate, or, not be dripping out by the time it gets out there. And then the sheer pressure involved, should that pressure have caused cracks, to me it's very believable then it would also force some of the lube through the cracks, if it was that much pressure. I was wondering if this piece was supposed to be like having like not just lube, but like the the thick, the waxy lube that you see in Titan gears in hips and stuff, for instance. But and that was another theory I had about the fins too. Was like maybe they're to offset the dripping and the bleeding of lube or something. Yeah. But the sanding seems to just fix it in general for people. So I would say, like, if this was a toy I could buy another copy of for not expensive, I would love to experiment to see if, like, I wonder if you just, like, gave that thing, like, a full coat of good old, 80 weight shock oil and try to get it in there. Like, what happens? But, ayo. But I will say, the more that we have theories like these, the more that I say that the quality of our conversation about this stuff is improving, because we're basing it on, like, experiences and layman sciences that we pick up along the way, and that's always way more interesting than just, like, being aimlessly upset. Although I want to say, like, I don't mean to diminish anyone who's just aimlessly upset, because you spend a bunch of money, and, like, I fully understand if, like, you got one with visible cracks and, like, half-yellowed Magnus parts, that it might just, it's like taking a crowbar to the knee. You'll heal from it, probably, but it sucks taking a crowbar to the knee. Speaking of crowbars to the knees, I got a little thing I want to do at the start, because this is a little bit off sync, because this was in the earlier aughts, but I was a big Pepsi Blue drinker, because it was bright blue, and it tasted like berries, and I kind of liked it, is what I remember. So I was at the grocery store / drugstore the other day, and they have this thing called Pepsi Zero Sugar Electric Zesty Citrus. So I was already going to try it. But then when I held it up to the light, I realized it was blue. So I wanted to give it a shot with an audience over an ice cube just to see if it's actually any good. Because I haven't had solid blue soda for about 23 years. So I want to know how it turns out. Oh, that's real blue. Damn. Because in the store, this wasn't in the fridge. This was in like a little standing display. And like it looked just like cola at a glance. I thought it was the color tint of the bottle. But no, they made that. Aaron, how's that looking to you?
That's blue.
That smells citrus.
That's some blue ass blue.
That's,
No, I'm upset. I found a Mountain Dew Baja Cabo Citrus that was a very mandarin-y, limey citrus. I found it once and I was like, ooh, this is a nice little change. And then I can not find it again for the life of me.
That sucks. That's like friggin' Schweppes Zero Sugar Ginger Ale. I like that one way more than Canada Dry Zero Sugar. And I can barely find it anywhere. This tastes okay. It tastes way more berry than citrus to me, but maybe it's the kind of citrus sweetener they're using.
Straight ascorbic acid or whatever.
Like it's the thing is, it doesn't taste like berries. It just kind of tastes a little sour and fruity, but it tastes like neither lemon nor lime nor orange. So when you say citrus, what are we talking about? Because if you're telling me, oh no, it's yuzu, I'll be like, I don't believe you. Don't try to play games with me on esoteric edge citruses. It's
Isn't
okay.
yuzu like the mother citrus? Like the one from whence they've all come?
I don't know my citrus hierarchies too well. I just know lemon and lime are usually the go-tos in, chemical soft drink stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like this, because also it's a zero sugar, which I had to double-check a million times on the bottle, because it's in tiny, tiny, tiny print. I don't think I like this as much as my Coke Zero over lime or lemon juice. Does this taste like Old Blue? No. Old Blue tasted more berry flavored and also was not zero sugar. So it was a lot more aggressive and a lot more like what's the word I'm looking for? Oppressive. It was very oppressive flavor. It's kind of similar, I guess. Also, let me check my tongue again. Yeah, it's happening a little bit. It is. I was wondering how much this would color the tongue. It's having a go at it. So that's interesting. I wonder if my poo will be funny looking later.
Oh, it'll be like those. What was it? The Halloween burgers or whatever from Burger King.
Yeah. Wait, were those the charcoal ones, or am I mixing that up with something?
Oh, I don't know. I know that they've done it multiple times, but there was one time where it reacted with anybody's like gut bacteria and turned things very bad colors.
Yeah. Ruby, yeah, when with lemon juice, I usually cut about a 1-inch wedge of lemon, or like maybe an eighth of a lemon if I'm feeling real sweaty about it. But then I usually add a second ice cube. I didn't ahegao. My eyes were looking forward. I don't have the facial muscle, coordination to ahegao in real life. It's too much trouble. Yeah, activated charcoal
with activated charcoal.
Yeah, that's that stuff where I know about activated charcoal because every time it shows up in fast food, people like have to run around doing the work instead of the fast food companies to go like, just so you know, activated charcoal also interacts with medications badly. You should know this.
Yeah, that's why if
HRT,
you ever get violently sick, they run you through with activated charcoal.
Yeah, because it like leach medication out of you or something. Yeah, that's something that the fast food companies should be aware of. I think they probably are aware of it, but they should be saying it more loudly.
Yeah.
Because it's not just HRT. It's just HRT is among the medications that can be affected by this. I don't remember off the top of my head some of the other really serious ones, but like it is to the point of like you could be in serious danger if you're on certain medications and then eat the funny fast food charcoal burger.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and again, I mean, it's something that, like, what is it before? Don't they like give you a milkshake of that basically before you do some like MRIs or something like that? It's a cleansing product.
Yeah.
It's designed to pull stuff out your system.
Yeah. It's also why, like, going gung-ho with it in food is also a little bit like, hey, let's just calm down for a second and realize, because, you know, it's a funny thing that makes food look funny. It's like, I get it, but, like, they are sometimes a little gung-ho with that stuff. I mean, you know, we used to have purple ketchup, right? And what did that do? Turned your poop purple. And you know what? When poop gets turned purple, it already is a bunch of other colors. Looks way more scary than just being purple.
Yeah. Quick Googling was 1 teaspoon of activated charcoal has roughly the surface size of a football field.
Wow. I'm also just, Long was here. We're doing the bit.
Adsorption, which means that toxins and other substances are drawn to and bind to the surface of the charcoal. Unlike absorption, where the substance is taken into another.
And if you want some price absorption when you purchase some stickers from Toy Hacks, this code will give you 15% off this month. This is Mother Vangelis. So if you wanna, you can. It'll feed the machine. Anyway, in 2005, we were all way more ignorant about the effects of activated charcoal, I think, because I feel like we all learned about it in the last 10 years. So where we're at in the news dive right now is March 14th-ish, 2005. We'll pull this back over. So we last ended on the Legends of Cybertron color test shots. Ender, I also saw, like, you had the MRI milkshake. I saw you were talking about improving. I think lemon juice and a thick ice cube really enhances Coke Zero. I think ice cubes are mandatory for Diet Coke to be palatable, at least for me. But with Coke Zero, if I'm really just thirsting for it, I can go with no ice cubes, but then it can get a little bit overwhelming pretty quickly. I just really like it with, like, about an eighth of a lemon squeezed in, 2 big ice cubes, then fill a glass with Coke Zero. One of these, basically. This is my backup, in case the blue stuff tasted horrible. I also have a water bottle down on the floor, so I'm really loaded down with liquids today. Oh, no, cherry... I mean, a lot of people disagree with me. I can't... I tried Cherry Coke Zero, and I was like, I appreciate that a lot of y'all like this cherry flavor, but I don't. It is too cough syrup adjacent for me. Aaron, I don't know if you have, like, any serious, like, soda opinions on these kind of things. This is the horrible life I lead.
I've gotten myself to Mountain Dew Zeros. I could never do the diet because the fake sweetener in old diet stuff tastes bitter and acrid to me. But the stuff that's in the Zeros doesn't. So I've gone to that. I've not tested those interactions with like cherry or vanilla Cokes.
Not for me. Someone asked about cream soda. I'm not a cream soda guy. I tried the orange, because it's orange creamsicle Coke Zero. Or, like, it's not just orange Coke Zero, the one it's orange and vanilla. I tried it. Yeah. It was okay. I agree with Army of Bees that, like, that as a mixer with booze probably is really fun, but as a fun drink on its own, it just the vanilla side just kind of... I could drink it. I was like, well, this isn't as horrible for me as Coke Vanilla was, but I just didn't like it.
My favorite soda overall, though, is I would have to go with we still have a soda jerk in a chocolate shop in town, and when I'm downtown and am near that and am thinking about it, I go and get a large cherry Coke where they do so many squirts of Coke base, so many squirts of, like, the cherry flavor drink base that they make in-house, and then hit it with the soda water and stir it all up with the tiny square ice cubes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just realized, by the way, I'm talking about Canadian Coke Zero. American Coke Zero is weird. I can drink it, but I need ice with it. as opposed to Canadian Coke Zero. There's just, and it's weird because it doesn't have the corn fructose, I assume, at least. But something about the mix, I guess, in trying to mimic the corn fructose, I don't know, something about it just is not right.
Well, so if it's zero, it's not going to have fructose or sucrose or sucralose in it because that has calories to it. I'm trying to remember what the artificial sweetener is.
Sucralose is usually the zero sweetener.
Is it sucralose? Because it's some. It may be sucraloose.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's sucralose slash aspartame. It just is not using aspartame as the main one the way Diet does. But there's just something about American Coke Zero that tasted worse to me. I'm kind of over it now. But I also only ever have like in the last few years, I've had American Coke Zero maybe once a year for 3 years ever since 2020. So my sampling, pattern is different now. U.S. Coke Zero uses so there should be some but it should be aspartame and sucralose. If they just wipe the sucralose from U.S. Coke Zero, then that explains a lot. Anyway, back in 2005, I didn't get diagnosed with prediabetes yet, so I was like, I don't ever need to worry about this stuff. I'm immortal. But to kick us off, on March 14th, it's also when Madman Entertainment acquired the rights to the Transformers Beast Wars. So I mostly remember the phrase Madman Beast Wars DVDs being a thing for a little while. No sucralose in your... Damn, that explains a lot. Okay. I mean, I'll double-check my bottle, because I have a bottle, it's in the fridge, so I can't do it now, but I'll double-check my Coke Zero bottle from Canada and see if maybe I'm just been assuming sucralose is there this whole time. But that would explain a whole lot. Okay. Well, not a whole... I mean, I also don't know. I'm not an expert. I just drink too much of it. But, educated guess. Anyway, Sina Nuva, hello, welcome. First thing you heard is diabetes. Hell yeah. I'm, Corito, I'm kind of in the perma pre-diabetes gang right now. I'm always hovering, but I'm not all the way in. I've just been edging diabetes for 15 years. Anyway, I really gotta... Aaron, this comes up constantly. I gotta do it someday. I want to know how this Dreamwave panel went in TFCon 2005. Because this feels like the revenge panel, having McDonough and Paddock there. Mm-hmm. What happened?
So they come in, they turn the chair around, sit down, crack open a Corona or something.
This isn't within months of this stuff all going down. But yeah, just to leak my own medical info onto the internet. In 2009, I had pre-diabetes. Did a massive change of just switching purely to Coke Zero and eating a lot of fish, and I fixed it. And then it has slowly crept back, but is always hovering. Basically, what is it? My AC1 is always hovering between 6.5 and 7.5. And it's always bouncing up and down like this. Because thankfully, I've learned things like that blood sugar spikes can also be brought on by stress. And genetics, and my blood sugar spikes of the last couple of years, all time with massive bouts of stress and anxiety. So at least I know what's happening to a certain degree. But I don't have I don't require insulin or anything. Basically, in the last year and a bit, I've been on metformin, which is real entry level stuff. Yeah, the old TFCon panels, especially the pre-YouTube ones, they aren't going to be up there. I know that they were... well, I don't know. They were probably filmed. Excuse me. That blue stuff is punching right... It's get out. I want back into the world. There's a good chance that they still exist in footage. I just need to bother Evan about it. And I don't know if maybe in the intervening 20 years and probably the farther back end of it, maybe an agreement was made to just never air that panel again. Who knows if someone just went out of control. But
Evan has to find the physical tape that it's on and hope
it's got tape over top of it where it's never watch, never delete.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Owen Hart footage. But, Madman Entertainment, by the way, I don't know why that inflated. There we go. They're also going to and this They Are Among Us. I don't remember who that is. They're going to interview the infamous Frank Welker. Because in the 2000s, especially, the thought of actually having Frank Welker comment on anything was like such a faraway dream because he was so hard to get a hold of.
They Are Among Us is a dead page now, but I want to say that, like, because Madman was just like Australian, right?
Yeah, sorry, Connor. Is this an Among Us emoji that I can? What the hell? Who? I can copy and paste this like text. When did they? I don't know. Sorry, Aaron. I got very distracted by that for a second.
I don't know if that's something that somebody should be proud about or get banned for. I don't.
It means someone put it into the font at some point.
So that is Sinhala letter Kanjeta Naisikiaya.
Oh, it's a non-Arabic character. Verspringen is saying.
Yeah.
It just happens to look exactly like Among Us. That's friggin'. I don't.
Yeah.
That's haunted. That's not cursed. That's haunted. We gotta all stop doing that. Friggin', we're gonna have a ghost appear on our monitors if we keep doing that going like 7 days. Like we gotta.
The Sinahalese script velar nasal letter na.
It looks exactly. It looks exactly like the friggin' thing.
Unicode 0 Delta 9 Echo.
Man. Hello, Mischievous Turtle. Glad that we're on a big TV, so you can see all this text in big size. Anyway, we got... by the way, we're already demonstrating our apt ability to not go on tangents within the first 40 minutes here.
Just stay on topic.
I mean, look, someone posted a text Mungus. Like, what am I supposed to do? New Galaxy Force in-package images. Info on the new writers for the Transformers movie. Don Murphy's posted. Scribes toy with Transformers. Huh? Scribes Alex Kurtzman and Roberto Orci have been tapped to write the DreamWorks Paramount live-action adaptation of the Transformers. Steven Spielberg is executive producing the film based on the 1980s Hasbro toy line. The toy line revolved around two groups of robots, one led by Optimus Prime, who believes in tolerance and the sanctity of life, and the other by Megatron, who espouses survival of the fittest and the extermination of biological life. Both of those things, like, kind of actually not entirely on target with the old 80s blurbs, but kind of funny. Tom DeSanto wrote the screen story. Angry Films topper Don Murphy and DeSanto are producing, along with Lorenzo de Bonaventura. Kurtzman and Orci have a 2-year first-look deal to write, direct, and produce films for DreamWorks, where they rewrote The Island. They also rewrote The Legend of Zorro and finished recently working on Mission Impossible 3 before their feature careers hit high gear. Kurtzman and Orci were best known for their work as writer-exec producers of ABC's Alias, where they were repped by Boris Kitt and Lisa Foreman. Some have found this wording to be a bit confusing. So it says they are writers only and not the directors. We still don't know who's directing the film. Mm-hmm. What a cool capsule of a time, too, right? Like,
yeah.
The Island, Mission Impossible 3. I guess they're done making those. But yeah, the tolerant Optimus who just immediately starts murdering people by movie 2. Yeah, this is every tidbit we get about the lead up to this movie is I can't remember what it was like before 07 as far as talking about the movie. Like, at least aside from the set pictures we got.
Yeah.
All of this,
and again, it's something that we've had other people like call out, like, oh, now I see why everybody was so mad about all the old folk were so mad about that movie, because, you know, it seemed like an all right movie. It's like, yeah, but we got 2 years of being told it wasn't going to be that movie, right up until it suddenly was that movie.
Yeah, and, you know, in hindsight, like, you know, there's various clear reasons why they might have gone in the direction they did. You know, also, like, where CG was at, what they wanted to do to make it a showpiece, etc. But, yeah, I had just forgotten so much how long we had spent, you know, being told, like, oh, it's going to be so G1. You won't even believe how G1 it's going to be. Like, this has been wild.
All the G1 characters, you know, I think that's something that we got a month or so ago.
They're all going to be as layered as the X-Men. They kind of, by now, they've kind of stopped bringing up X-Men. I'm kind of
Yeah,
noticing.
no
too.
blood, no bludgeon though, right? We did
no
get that
bludgeon.
confirmed, no bludgeon.
Confirmed, no bludgeon is in this movie. But that early on stuff, like really early stuff, they were leaning so hard into going like this will basically be X-Men but with the Transformers. It's kind of wild. Credo Prime, I wasn't online until the 2010s, so the movie just happened one day. I remember that with Batman movies. Like that was kind of I kind of miss that feeling a little bit of like just a movie comes out like, oh, they made another one. Good. I got Flame Convoy pics. Let's see, clear photos of April's Galaxy Force. That was I love these Galaxy Force names. I'd forgotten about some of these. Psydos and Terra Shaver. For those who don't know, Psydos is Backstop the Rhino. Terra Shaver was, I don't remember the name in America, but the Pteranodon-looking one. I'm pretty sure.
Hey,
it's
those are HLJ links and still work.
They kept this stuff in their database? Dang. Yeah, Liger Jack is such a good name. Yeah, wow, even the pictures.
Yeah.
$18.36 Canadian. Yeah, Brimstone. Right, okay. I did not remember this person was called Brimstone. This is where, I think I mentioned this before, you are really seeing at work the way that I sort of lived Japan lines in this era, because it was easier for me to get those in BC. Let's see the hot, fresh Cytos promo pictures. Yeah, Volkaisis, there's, I mean, you know, these aren't the biggest photos in the world, I'm guessing, but, man, 863 Canadian. I want to see just the Liger Jack stuff. And, of course, we had Autobolt in there as well, and Saver, was it Saver Convoy? Live Convoy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Live Convoy. Where's Saver Convoy coming from? These are toy show pictures, jeez.
Yeah.
Hello, Primal. Are these... do these work still with pictures? Ooh, wow. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Binaltech Laser Wave. Someone, I think in the Discord? It was either in the Discord or the Diaclona Discord had gotten this for... maybe it was Diaclona Discord. Had gotten this for like $60 recently. Like new. Like, I think it's 60 American. That ain't bad, all things considered, for a good Binaltech.
Yeah, it was 32 originally.
Yeah.
So,
like, import toy 20 years later, doubled the price, but pretending inflation didn't happen when doing so is kind of like, hey. Yeah, HLJ was around when I was in high school at the turn of the century. I remember ordering Web Diver off of HLJ. Well, no, HLJ and Big Bad Toy Store, I think. Oh, Cygnus, what's this? Got to thank you for some late eyes on DX Gagagar. Was the skit review. Just finally scored my own last weekend. Hell yeah! Yeah, DX Gagagar is an all-timer old toy. You know, pre-21st century transforming robot toy to get a hold of. Let's see, fan-to-fan update. Those usually don't work. Transformers movie now scheduled for Thanksgiving 2006. That will not happen. Didn't it already get moved to November? So that now,
Thanksgiving is in November in the United States.
Oh, right. Even back then.
Yeah.
Let's see. Magnificus page updated. Noise Maze in package. We're close to the debut of Noise Maze. Ken Noise Maze almost born. Robot Masters Lio Convoy in and out of package. Cybertron Optimus Megatron Thundercracker in package. Toys R Us has been sold. Reports are coming in that Toys R Us has been sold on March 17th, 2005. Different sites are reporting different amounts, though. CNN reports it was for $6.6 billion, while Reuters reports it was for $5.7 billion. Both reports state the deal was for the entire company and not just the Toys R Us stores. Toys R Us issued a news release confirming it was $6.6 billion American 2005 dollars that their entire company was sold for. As you were saying, the beginning of the end. Yeah, I think, Aaron, didn't you identify last stream that this was the Bane capital?
Yep, this is, at least the CNN link still works. And it was Kohlberg, Kravis, Roberts and Company, Boston-based private equity firm Bain Capital and New York-based real estate investment trust Vornado
Whatever happened to
will
the
own equal stakes in the
Vornado?
company.
in some parts of the world, they call me the human Vornado.
Yep, and then they make Toys R Us take out loans in order to pay for the price of buying them, and then sell off or split the land because Toys R Us famously was smart when they built their stuff and bought the land, and so then they spun different companies off, one of which was the store, one of which was the property management, and had the stores pay rent to the property management company so that then they could funnel even more money out of the system. And it broke? How did everything break?
Also, Adam Rockmore in the chat saying, I had a Vornado fan as a kid. WTF. Well, yes. What's it feel like having had a hand in the destruction of Toys R Us over the course of nearly 20 years? You didn't.
Yeah, Vampire Mig, basically, the thing is, a lot of these investment capital places just see it as the sum of the parts. And so you've got a company like Toys R Us, wasn't doing great. They weren't. It goes back and forth on, if they've had a little bit of trouble or not. They weren't doing banger numbers to stave off somebody buying them. And so then somebody bought them, and then generally it's hey, they try to run it a certain way, but the things that are liabilities they want to put into a different company than the things that are the material of it. And then when the company doesn't do well, you take money from the liability side and you put it on the surety side, and then eventually that scale goes far enough the other way that you just say, man, that's rough. Stuff happens. All right, well, thankfully none of the physical assets that are going to be good no matter what are any good. And so then, yeah, that gets turned into, around here they mostly got turned into storage places where they just, hey, you've got a big building that can be air conditioned.
It's got big ceilings.
Turn the parking lots into unconditioned storage.
Ali Convoy, I've been eyeballing the quick vote. I'm going to say I don't buy toys and vote. Adventure is sent over an insecure connection could be read by a third party. Sure. Wolf Blitzer has a pager go off in his pocket that hasn't moved in 20 years. He's like, what the Oh, it's so stalling. I don't even know what's happening. It's I'm getting the little beep 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 at the top of the tab, but okay, transferring data from markets.money.cnn.com. This site is why did you do that? What if I click view results instead? Nope, it's just... Oh, here we go. Thanks for your comments. 43% yes, 24% I go to discounters, 33% I don't buy toys. Who does this help?
Hey man, it's getting people to do stuff on your website.
Yeah, I guess so. I feel your total response is 11,140. I wonder if that was 147 until today. Can we flood this vote and move these numbers more? Hang on.
With the 50 people that are here, probably not.
Can we at least add enough to the number so it goes up? Let me see if this will... There's your link if you all want to go hit that vote and quick vote
Somebody
yourselves.
in some back room is like, people are saying they're shopping at Toys R Us. We need to get this brand live again.
Low key, I mean, it's kind of a running bit this year because now we're hitting more sites that have vote buttons on them, I guess, in 2005. But at some point, we're gonna accidentally reactivate a site doing this.
Yeah.
That's why we got to keep trying until we do, because then we'll prove that the dead internet is in fact the zombie internet. The information you're about to... That's the thing. The information you're about to submit is not secure, and it's like, damn, they're going to find out. But, yeah, I clicked through on that myself, but... Oh, the site can't be reached?
We've hugged it to death already.
This is Bain Capital's fault.
Mm-hmm.
New Galaxy Force campaigns. The Hellflame Micron campaign. The distribution on these two was very poor. And the Mystery Convoy campaign. So yeah, so Energon Superlink was kind of the maybe the lesser part of this whole campaign era, where it was Energon weapons in different colors, and then they're just back to Microns as of Galaxy Force. So like, okay. For those who didn't check it out, I did a stream with Cypher, M-Cypher, recently, talking about collector psychology and healthy collecting, healthy hobbying stuff. But also we talked a little bit about being a collector of something like the Energon campaign weapons, and the funny situation you can find yourself in if you're like if you know you're one of the only people who actually cares about buying some of that stuff. You know, how do you leverage that in trying to deal with dealers who happen to have any of it? The children yearn for the little robot, correct? Cena Nuva. Repro Label's custom sticker sheet contest winner was Skyquake. If you're still out there, shake your hand. Previous page. The new prices can be seen. Yeah, I mean, these are Amazon ads, right? Those are our perpetual invasion of the future throughout this series. Wow, the Hellflame Micron team is very underwhelming. What is the Hellflame Micron team? I don't remember. Maybe I should just go take a look. You take their name from their leader's deadly Hellflame axe attack. Wow, these look I thought these were... I kind of thought these were going to look more interesting. Hang on. Like, if they all look like Bulge, which is a great name, by the way. But if they all look like Bulge, then, like, why are they the Hellflame team? Like, look at this. What about this says Hellflame? Mud Gray. What about Graviton? Mud Blue. Okay, what about Quasar? Mud Gray and Light Gray. Okay. There's also Bulge White version. Oh, good. Let's see. Came out before the Shades of Grey, free with the purchase of a Liger Jack. They're called that because they are in hell. I mean, I guess so. You know,
Yeah.
I guess that's why the Hellflame minicons, I don't know, what was it? They were poorly distributed. I guess like very few people must have cared. I don't know.
People just went, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, you get this free with purchase. Mm-mm.
I don't want it.
No, thank you.
It looks like you set fire to something and then threw the ashes into a puddle of mud. Yeah, they look like they were once on fire. I mean, this is a yellow visor, but like, there's a reason why it's showing more of the website, not the online text. Oh yeah, Long. I just have it cropped that way so that it's more feature. If I shrink this a bit, you can kind of see like, this is how I made it, and that's basically how much I'm seeing on my monitor. But on TFW, we usually don't need all of it because there's like a center strip styling, so I can usually like expand this. I just tend to forget to do this when I go onto other websites. I'm not going to buy anything to avoid getting these. Alright, Cybertron Pix update. That's just the stuff that isn't out yet as of March 2005. Bill's Toys and Games update. Transformers Club press release from Pete Sinclair of the Transformers Club Advisory Board. I remember the advisory board.
Yeah.
And I kind of just, they stopped saying it. They stopped saying it at some point.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is the deadline to... Oh, okay. Please join.
Yeah.
The future figures will have new molding and new weapons. It's one of many benefits. Just a few short weeks.
Yeah, you can get an advertisement in Master Collector, you know. One day that website will work.
The best part about this front page news post is by Elvin Pena, who's a pretty cool dude.
Yeah.
Stakara updates for March. See what's new. Click here. I don't want to. In color photos, Gamede has been revealed. So that's the Microman that came with Magnificus. I'm curious if anyone just happens to know, did Gamede survive the years? Because that era of Microman was a little infamous for disintegrating because they used so much translucent plastic on chromed thin plastic. So it's just like horrific tensions everywhere. I'm guessing Gamede was like mostly opaque though, so maybe it turned out okay. Gamede being, you know, short for Ganymede. But yeah, I'm curious if anyone knows. I always wanted to get this 2-pack, and then like it was always the 4th thing I could pick up if I could pick up 3 things. So I just never did. Let's see. The Beasts are back in Galaxy Force Episode 11. We're on Animatros, Planet of the Beast. Are any of these clips... Yeah, some of these clips are big enough to fit on a floppy disk. Or small enough to fit on a floppy disk. So we're back in it. CyberCon Expo updates its front page with a literal broken image because it's been 20 years. Lots of updates from fan to fan. Is it this? Okay, that's the CyberCon picture. Live Convoy Autobolt, HSB Galaxy Convoy, Reverse Convoy. Okay, it's more toy pictures. Decepticharge Gallery on TF Club. So yeah, CyberCon Expo had... I remember this photo, this like the Metroplex over the Metropolitan thing. Transformers Convention in the heart of Manhattan. I bet that would be expensive to do now. But yeah. I'm kind of just guessing.
I bet it was expensive back then, too.
Yeah, most probably. Oh, Robo Lore Keeper. Okay, Last Gherkin did a photo set of Select Magnificus with the Microman Gamede, and it looked fine. Okay. Cygnus floppy disks were still being used in 2005, right? They were definitely in rotation in 2005. Metroplex is real? Yeah, in 2005, we had real Metroplex. These are the things we lost.
Like... Yeah, it gets lost in a bunch of the other things that happened around that time.
Yeah. They had to fund the live-action movie somehow. New Beast Wars Returns, Galaxy Force, and more. So we got the Beast Wars Returns versions of Megabolt, Savage Noble, Striker, and Obsidian. I believe all 4 of those are ones people like to pick up because of the extra paint apps, if I remember right. I have heard many times that Returns Obsidian is quite gorgeous. I can't remember what he looks like off the top of my head now. What happened to him? Stripped for parts and sold, as many things are.
Yeah. You know how expensive a T-Cog that size is? You can get some money.
Brian, what's up? Hope the dishes are going well. Schlieffenmann. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Is the venture capital got a hold of him and was like, hey, don't worry, we're only going to lay off some of Metroplex, but we'll save the core. He got polygoned, basically. You know, they ripped him apart for pieces.
Look, they're like, Six Shot clearly's got a job in all of this, but what's Scrapper? I forget the little black car. See, he's not even that important. Sold off.
Scamper.
And afterwards, it's like Scamper. And afterwards, it's like 6-gun. Yeah, but could you really be 4-gun? Think about it. We're going to need to take these 2.
I mean, most humans don't have 6 of anything.
You're not 6-gun now. You've only got 4 guns. What's your point? You're fired.
Yeah. In this case, I think it's 2-gun because it's really just the 2 black rifles. So it's just 6-gun's arms are left over here. Slammer is actually gone. They already sold Slammer by now.
Yeah. See, Slammer also turned into a tower. That's prime real estate.
Yeah. Could turn that into some warehousing for this upstart company, Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Billmu, Urban Flight happened to Metroplex. Now he's Suburbaplex. Oh, Suburbaplex would be such a scumbag. This tiny, this Autobot who's tiny but still big enough to you have to look at him, and then every time you look at him, he's like, "Excuse me, do you live here? Maybe keep moving if you don't live here." What else we got here? Official Transformers fan club panel at TFCon. Pete Sinclair and Carl Hartman will be hosting a panel at TFCon 2005. That is definitely from a previous era.
Mm-hmm.
Wowza. Repro Labels contest stickers are now available. So it's for a G1 styled sticker set for the Micromaster Universe Devastator by Skyquake. Robot Masters Lyo Convoys are out because there was the standard and then the one that had metallic paint and a DVD. I forgot which of those. One of those I remember was like almost categorically better in almost every way than the other. But I forgot if it was the metallic one or the non-metallic one. Like down to hand feel, if I remember correctly.
I want to say it was the metallic one because it was like the vac metal paint.
But it wasn't vac metalled, I remember, because it was true metallic paint.
Oh, was it not? Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I can't remember. I remember there was one of those that had a side-by-side where one was like regular painted and one was vac metalled. But because, like, to make the vac metal stick, you have to use a different plastic, and that plastic was, like, not great.
Yeah. I remember one of them. I remember the scuttlebutt at the time was, like, only one of them is actually fun to play with, but I forgot. I might be misremembering this stuff. Legends of Cybertron new pictures emerge. Oh, there. This is just going to be the Legends toys.
Still thread linking and no good.
Yeah, no post link. No. Boo. Latest magazine updates from fan to fan. Toy Gallery editions. Melbourne House founder has passed away. Damn. Adam Lankman, founder of Melbourne House, developer of the Armada game, passed away on March 24th. Highlights include Way of the Exploding Fist, Shadowrun, Grand Prix Challenge, and Transformers. Does this link still work?
Theage.com.au link works.
Huh. Oh, that's damn at 46.
Uh-oh. Birthday talk from yesterday. That's coming up quick.
Let's see. He recently resigned as chief executive and managing director after 23 years. So he'd been there since his 20s. Helped steer the company from early home computers to console development in 1999, acquisition by Infogrames, now Atari. Highlights include those I said before. Personal assistant said he lived with dignity and passion. True believer in what the Australian industry could do. Yeah, Adam Villeneuve, that Shadowrun game, I remember being something.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I did not remember this happened. That sucks. Gold Superlink Omega Supreme campaign. That also sucked for somebody out there who probably wanted one. I think I saw one of these at TFCon LA, maybe. There was some lucky draw way up on like the ceiling level on a really tall shelf.
There were somebody that had a couple of them, I want to say.
Yeah. I thought one of them might have been an Omega Supreme,
like
but maybe I'm...
Like the white cardboard plastic, and you didn't want to ask the price because...
Yeah.
You knew that price would have far too many digits in it.
Like, this isn't actually...
Let alone what those digits were.
If you're asking how much it is, it's not for you. Do they still do lucky draw figures? Not in this way that I don't think anymore. Because lucky draws used to be very tied to, I think they were tied to magazines a lot of the time. And I feel like this whole system...
there were like 2 or 3 different like sets of lucky draw things, because there were some of them that were magazines where you filled out a thing and you sent it back. Because I remember a bunch of people in the US being upset that they like was to Japanese addresses only and get bent if you tried to get around it. But then there were also like the blind lucky draws, where it was just like in the first wave of releases or whatever, if it had a sealed box, it may just be like a gold chrome or silver chrome version of the toy. And you know, it was like a bunch of, again, occasionally you've had people be like, some kid could have just got this and he's just mad now because his Optimus Prime is gold and not red. What the heck? It should come to us.
And I still love the romantic side of it, where there is some kid out there who just got a lucky draw and then just played with it, and now is their childhood toy. I like that.
and there's weird other gaslighting going on 15 years later, where the kid's like, no, that series Optimus Prime toy was gold, and everyone else is like, what are you talking about? No, here, look at the internet. The hell are you smoking? It's like, no,
I don't look at the internet. Also, Transformers Con is tomorrow. Big smattering of names here, some of which nowadays maybe draw different reactions than 20 years ago. It's the update from Transformers Con. Joe Ing unreleased War Within 3 art. Damn it, that's a TFW gallery. Earlier today, Gary Chalk confirmed in his Q&A he recorded a test episode of Transformers Cybertron. Although he's not received confirmation yet, it looks like he will reprise his role as Optimus Prime. So this was in between Galaxy Force starting and the Cybertron dub starting. Oh, I just clicked the Transformers Con link. And I'm at this other... I remember this. Yeah, this other weird site now.
Mm-hmm.
That's getting out of here. Let's see. Pete Sinclair and Carl Hartman had the second issue of the Transformers Collectors Club magazine at TFCon this weekend. Hot off the presses! Guess the date and location, which is now reported here. Frisco, Texas. Embassy Suites, September 22 to 25. Registration forms available May 1st. The name BotCon has been sold to Fun Publications Incorporated, so BotCon is officially back. Happy Easter! Enjoy the candy! Easter 2005 was March 27, 2005. Them Funny Robots Easter Special, called the Easter Special. It's in the thread if you can find it. Hasbro Fall 2005 catalog scans. Aaron, we got the overview. We can't look at it, but we've got the overview of issue number 2 of the Collectors Club magazine. Details of 05. New reviews, articles, interviews, like a review for Universe Frostbite by J.E. Alvarez, an interview with Aaron Archer and Eric Siebenahler by J.E. Alvarez, an Action Masters article by Ben Yee, part 2 of the Simon Furman interview by Pete Sinclair, and an interview with Palisades designer Jeff Englert by J.E. Alvarez, a Toy Fair 2005 article by J.E. Alvarez, and the second part of the exclusive fan club comic book. Somebody seems to be shouldering the weight of this.
Yeah. If you remember, I read through a bunch of that because I still have the first years of at least the ones with the club insert in them in here.
Yeah, for those who were not here a stream or two ago, Aaron has not only those issues but a lot of the master collectors that they were stapled into.
Yeah, I did not remove them from the master collectors because it's protective. It's
a built-in sleeve. But the master collectors were quite funny because they were advertising Master Collector Auctions Extreme, which was going to be the best internet auction site ever, which we tracked down, never actually came out. But we also tracked that they were advertising that it was under construction for at least a year and a half, if I remember correctly.
At least.
At least a year and a half, yeah.
Uncle Brian was going to outdo that electronic bay.
Ding dang eBay. Listen, in the mid 2000s, that sentence maybe didn't sound quite as foolish. All right, like.
Mm-hmm.
Also, by the way, Frostbite. I picked one of those up in BC last time I was out there, and I shot review footage. I just haven't written a script yet, but I got review footage of Frostbite and Jawbreaker, and a lot of footage of all the stuff that fell off of Jawbreaker while touching Jawbreaker in this century. I just need to write a script for it. I filmed so many flakes of vac metal snow. And we got some out-of-package pictures of Galaxy Force Noise Maze. There's a G1 Quintesson Custom on eBay, available only at TFCon this past weekend. Oh, damn, I want to know what that looks like. This auction must be dead. Yeah, the offer I'm looking for is expired. Nah.
Let me see if it got archived.
We've got some reveals unintentionally from the ever-vigilant P Prime, who was once again come up trumps and provide... Bradders wrote this.
No archive.
Damn
FYI.
it. Toys Dream Project Superlink Paradron Medic. So this is the limited edition Paradron Medic repaint of Superlink RC. Got some Vinyl Techs and Galaxy Force stuff now available online on eBay. Bored at work? Have some fun on the 2005 boards. Oh boy. News over the last few months has been, for the most part, very slow, so why not take the time to explore some of the other things the 2005 boards has to offer? Are you a Star Wars fan? Can't wait until May 19th to see the new movie? Why not spoil yourself with some great images and descriptions of the upcoming movie in our official Revenge of the Sith spoiler thread? You'll find out what happens to Anakin. If you weren't able to infer it already.
Yeah.
The fate of Count Dooku. Who General Grievous... They never really... did they say who he was in the movie? Was it like a one line... where they're like, he's a cyborg.
I mean, yeah. Like, that General Grievous is a character in the movie.
May 19th? Why, that's today. Oh my god, Azure, you're right. What about video games? Did you pick up a shiny new Sony PSP? As I disintegrate on the spot. If you did, stop over at the PSP Impressions thread and tell everyone what you think. Have a burning question for the staffers of the site of the board? Stop by our Ask the 2005 staff forum and ask. Is that still there?
There is the there's a help forum.
Yeah, but can I find out who needs a lap dance at BotCon 2005? As it says right here.
Yeah, that I mean, maybe. Joe Moore wrote? I would have expected that to be a kickback.
The moment I saw the header, I was like, a Chris kickback, and I looked like, what? I like how your reaction was the same as mine too. I just didn't say it. I was like, Joe Moore, where's the dour editorial gone?
Yeah.
This previous page. I think we're heading into April pretty soon. Okay, yeah, I definitely saw at the top. We are missing The Fuzzy World. Schlieffenman, didn't he get killed by Darth Vader? That's what Obi-Wan said, right? Correct. That is exactly what Obi-Wan Kenobi said. We got profile story translations for Binaltech Overdrive. Tokyo International Anime Fair 2005 pictures. Which I'm guessing is showing a lot of stuff for... Excuse me? A robot mode for the lovable traffic light bot was shown at this... What?
Trying to see if the Internet Archive caught it.
If they did a reveal on Signal Lancer's robot mode within a couple months of the show airing, that's cruel. I mean, we spent the whole show going like, oh, they're going to make a toy. We did! We spent a long time going like, oh, they're obviously going to make a toy of him. He's Mudflaps. Of course they will.
None of the photos are loading for me.
I can't believe in March they would have already shown this. That's ugly. That's...
Like, the one image that loads is a character comparison table.
Well, we do have a new test shot on eBay of a Galaxy Force Cybertron Earth basic-sized semi-truck, who I don't think ever came out in Galaxy Force, if that is who I think it is, which is the one whose name I always forget, because for the longest time he was everyone's Universe Huffer, because of the Bakon set. He's the cool one with the missile rack boob. Corey Burton interview on Nordic Trans Fans Association. Dang, I didn't know Corey Burton did an interview in 05. That still works, too. Armor Hide. Thank you, Robot Lore Keeper.
Yeah.
No, Armor Hide I think didn't come out, if I mix it up, I don't think he came out in Galaxy Force, if I remember right. He was one of those Cybertron non-show ones. Yeah, dang. Interview with Corey Burton in 2005. I'm just going to skim this, see if he says anything Transformers related that would be funny now. Because Corey Burton would go on to voice his own character again. Okay, kind of... I'm skimming it a little bit, but it seems kind of like somewhat generic answers so far. This is kind of funny. I just love to throw verbal thunderbolts, and if I understand correctly, his favorite role he ever played was animated Megatron. I like this question. You wake up in the morning, look in the bathroom mirror, and notice that, yep, you're still Corey Burton. What happens next?
It didn't change back.
I eat. That's kind of cool, talking about technology stuff. Hey, did they ask you to do anything for the movie? No. Yeah, why not?
This is early enough that they're maybe feeling out a few people, but they've not finished writing it, so they don't even know who necessarily they need yet.
Yeah. I also like the part where it's a live action movie, but he's like, I couldn't convincingly play a teenage Spike by this point. I was like, that's cute. So what are you currently working on? Let's see. He played Walt Disney in a recreation of the story meetings for Bambi in the new DVD release of that film. I did not know that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, he's doing some Justice League work as Brainiac, Commander X9, and Duck. Was Duck Dodgers that old? I could have sworn Duck Dodgers was from the 2010s, but I was not. You know, it's kind of in the gel memory of cartoons that I have yet to watch.
I mean, I think that Duck Dodgers has come around a couple of times.
Yeah, I guess so. And yeah, he took over the Christopher Lee role in Clone Wars. Because I know Duck Dodgers was around for ages, but like episodic Duck Dodgers was a one-time thing, I thought, where they like fleshed out all the Martians and stuff. I thought that was from the 2010s. I don't know why. Because, yeah, I know, like, Duck Dodgers originally came from, like, old 50s shorts, but playing a character in 2 episodes of it, I think, would have been a specific one-time thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a cool interview. I will link this for those who want to check it out. Okay, Griff, it ran from 03 to 05. Dang. Okay, I'm off. Yeah. Why did I not see it then? I was torrenting so many cartoons back then. Damn.
You mean legally watching?
No, I was hell of illegally torrenting them back then. It's 20 years removed, 22 years removed in some cases. What are they going to do? That's back when I was like downloading episodes of Justice League Unlimited on the night they came out and watching them while City of Heroes was running behind the video player. I also have never seen Lunatics Unleashed. Galaxy Force Demolisher in package, also. In package images of Legends of Cybertron Wave 1. eHobby added a listing for what appears to be a second G1 Perceptor recolor. But there are 2 Diaclone-styled Microman drivers displayed with that toy. I am assuming that never came out, unless I'm forgetting something. I don't remember another recolor of Perceptor.
The link is no good, so I can't help you there.
Yeah. Alternator Swerve comes with the Binaltech Tracks Flames sticker. I remember that being a whole discussion at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Also, back to normal. This is a Chris Kickback one. As I'm sure most of you have noticed by now, TFW and the 2005 boards have returned to their normal color and format. We'd like to give a special... This must have been the first time. Special thanks to all the people who helped make this happen. The painstakingly hilarious picture of the future of TFW, the Fuzzy World. And a very special thanks to all the members who not only took the joke in good humor, but joined in, creating new signature images, starting very hilarious threads regarding newfound love for all things fuzzy. Yeah, Fuzzy World was so fun back when, like, it was, like, everyone just getting in on it, and we're all pretending we were in the Care Bears fandom.
Yeah.
So
and if you'll notice, front page news does go from the 31st to the 2nd, where it completely skipped around it.
Yeah.
So probably whatever news stories were put up were deleted because they weren't real news stories.
Yeah, they were some nonsense stuff. I wish that they were just on here, though, in hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just formatted like they're normal.
Yeah.
Zero, as I understand, statute of limitations on piracy is 3 years after it was discovered. So technically, if they just now discovered that a pirated shows, hey, you know? I am also a foreign national, protected by my sovereign nation. I'm not in the Care Bears fandom. I never said I'm not in the Care Bears fandom. I just said a bunch of us pretended in 2005 that we were in the Care Bears fandom. Tapping my nose because it probably means something. Oh, PT, that's so correct too. Bunch of grown men liking a cartoon made for young girls. What a twist! This was pre whatever generation the famous My Little Ponies generation is, because I know it's a funny generation number. It was like G9 or something. I can't remember. But Friendship is Magic like has an actual generation number that got lost to time and discourse in my brain. Because I remember Sarah MLP, I think was her name, on YouTube, had a video when all there were visuals of the... Okay, G5. Okay. Thank you, Rebel Keeper. Had a video of like, these look like they're trying to play into the Bratz thing. And I just remember going like, dang, I didn't know people like had opinions on My Little Pony. Oh, Sam Ollie saying G4. Okay. Oh, Cena Nuva as well saying G4. Okay, I guess it must have been G4. I thought it was a later number. I don't know why. Oh, we got an email scam claiming to be from TFW. Aaron, you got to be careful. It's claiming to be from TFW and Bill's Toys and Games. You've won a... Wow! This is like what they do on YouTube now, where it's like, hey, you won a lucky draw. I'm TFW Transdraw at hotmail.com.
Just reach... It's what is it? It's always you got to reach out on Telegram, and they'll help walk you through how to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Transdraw. At hotmail.com. Yeah, dang. You can also report this person to abuse@hotmail.com. I wonder, does Hotmail, like, I know Hotmail still exists, but I wonder if it, like, has any kind of staffing as far as, like, abuse or stuff like that.
I'm sure that there's still some level of, like, there's somebody that mans that as just a general thing. Because I have my, another store that wants my information that I have to do in order to get through this process. Fine, here's a Hotmail address. I check it maybe once a month, and I go, yep, that's a bunch of spam. Cool.
Yeah. Also, Robot Lore Keeper with, alright, partner, trans draw! Also, apparently, part of the reason why I'm remembering MLP Friendship is Magic's generation number being weird is apparently there was a generation 3.5. And that's bonkers to me. But I kind of get it, but also Sam Ollie's saying calling it G3.5 is like calling Beast Wars G2.2. But then again, we always have Universe 2.0, and I'm always like, why do we bother with the 2.0?
Yeah.
Why are
we got it to release. We got it to release. We got through beta. We can release it now, guys.
3 whole extra syllables for no reason for years. Yeah, Euro G1 sometimes people call G1.5, but it's like, it's G1. Like, it's G1, or it's, or to expand, it's Euro G1. 1.5 begs the question, well, what's 1.4? Is that the Micromasters or the Action Masters?
Okay, 1.1 would be the movie era stuff. Masters is 0.2, and so, like, what's the order? Target Masters would be like 1.21. Headmasters. What?
Why would we not be doing a 0.01 for Scramble City? Because that's the second year, technically.
Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, 1.1 be Scramble City. Because that's the first major change.
Yeah.
Then 2 would be the movie. 3 would be Masters, and so then you could clump the master. I'm doing like decimal.
This is literally every subsequent
right?
year too.
Yeah. But when it's Masters, though, that's like you're defining a big change, in that you're masterizing different things, and so the masters underneath that get decimal, that get like.
Connor's got a good question.
Place decimals.
It's a good question for the real gamers. What patch did they buff Nebulon binary bonded partners? Because those devs we fired a long time ago, so we're not really sure. Anyway, don't follow. So if the trans draw sends you an email, they're lying to you.
Yeah.
More like cis draw. eHobby Cobalt Sentry in package. Better look at Chromia. I'm guessing that. Oh yeah, that was Galaxy Force Chromia. That was the boat. That was Thunderblast. Face-to-face interview with Simon Furman. That Twin Twist did in person somewhere in the United Kingdom, I guess.
Probably. It would be really weird if they like did it in South Africa or something. They both just happened to be in the airport at the same time.
It's like, hey, can you just sit down for a second? I want to talk to you about the Transformers. I don't like Pat Lee.
That got archived. That we're showing archives on the Wayback Machine. Come on, baby, loaded. So we'll go to the VStream alternate chat that's had a bunch of images thrown in there.
Oh no, I missed the Vor fan. I missed the Vor fan.
Except for it's all black on dark gray because the background image that makes it lighter didn't load.
There's some Beast Wars returns for you. Damn, Beast Wars Returns Mega Head really was different. Oh, here we go. PT found a blog with the pictures. So this was the thing they showed for... I can't believe they showed a model sheet! Hand-drawn! Infuriating. All right, here's the interview. As that's loading, we've also got the TFCon Quintesson. I wonder if this is from like a fledgling Impossible Toys. Like, that could be kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this is, oh god, yeah, you're right. Does this help on this end? No.
I just like pulled a highlight. It may not work for other people.
This
but
looks
I
fine
just,
on,
like,
on my window, but the way
click-
OBS reads it is it reads it as gray.
click drag. It's kind of readable. It's better than the black on black.
Let's see.
Wow, they chatted for quite a while.
Damn. I'm going to post this link in the chat because this is very long. And
Yeah.
it's perhaps painful to look at on the stream. I'll just do their opening quickfire ones. Boxers or briefs? Boxers. Superman or Spider-Man? Spider-Man. Chips or fries? Chips. Best food? Beer. Dreamwave or Marvel? Marvel. Yeah, timing. It could copy paste into Notepad, but how long is this too?
Yeah.
I don't want to. I don't want to have to friggin' make a whole new window capture for Notepad because way.
Yeah, it's there. If people really want to read it, they can.
Yeah, we did the important part. Trying to see, was there anything important that might pop up with the Dreamwave stuff? Wish I'd done more bludgeon things. They talk about bludgeon a lot. Calling Beast Wars genuinely good bit of science fiction, and he agrees. Are there any characters you killed off and regretted it? I've only regretted when I've forgotten I killed them off and then brought them back. No, I don't think so. I mean, that would be embarrassing. Oh, they talk about a Death's Head action figure? There's a guy who's taken a Marvel Legends action figure, made it into a Death's Head figure. I have one of those. Someone did one from an Iron Man, and it was very good. That's cute, because eventually they would do him from Colossus, because it would look better.
Mm-hmm.
If you could do an Ultimates for a superhero or Transformers thing, what would it be? I'd like to do slightly odd things like Ultimate Machine Man or Ultimate Iron Man. They had one of those at the start, though. Last question. Who'd win in a fight, Pat Lee or Stan Lee? I'd put my money on Stan Lee myself. Just finding all
wiry,
of
scrappy old man energy.
Yeah, just finding all of the possible pre-Twitter subtweeting that we could ever do. Sorry, Samuel, there's something about a Wallet and Gromit original graphic novel. I mean, actually, that sounds familiar. Unless they was just a hypothetical thing. How coked up are each of them? Our Bradders was never a coked up type. He was just, you know...
Oh, I think he's saying Pat Lee versus
Pat Lee versus Stanley. Oh, I mean, Stanley would still win. Because I feel like Stanley would have the veteran's edge of, like, I know how to fully maximize my coked up power. Wallet and Gromit! Yeah, the old Repro Labels banner down here is also pretty choice. Anyway, I'm furious about this. This also explains why we all held on that hope for so long, I think. Because it wasn't like there was a big reveal at the... Yeah! Because we were just like, when's this happening?
Artwork for it. Like...
I'm grumpy about this. It's too long and too far. No, anyone I'm grumpy at is not even remotely relevant anymore. But, like, how could you do this to me? And yeah, some of these Beast Wars Returns pieces. Yeah, the Savage and Noble one is just funny because it's like, they're doing their best. What could you really do to help differentiate this any better than the original one? I don't know if this like weird gradient on the fur sculpting is better or worse than it just being red. Poor little guy was he was a deluxe, right?
Yes.
Oh, hey, Emma, how's it going? But yeah, I would like to get this Obsidian someday, because I like this toy. I always wanted to get a second of the original to customize for Warhammer 40,000 Gorka Morka. Something orky about, like, the copter mode.
I can kind of see that, yeah.
And here's our Vor fan, the Vornado. This for those who want to get a look at who else helped with the demise of Toys R Us 20 years ago. It's Bain Capital and the Vor folks. We got a doomed design of Savage Noble as a toy, but no signal answer. Yeah, yeah. I like the Savage Noble toy just for being like, it's one of those toys where I like it partly just because of the gumption, right? Of like, we're gonna have a wolf turn into a dragon at deluxe price point. Yes.
So much of Beast Machines was that.
Yeah, just gumption.
It feels like it was just like we're going to try this. And we're gonna go for it, yeah. And then look. Have you seen how they transform in the show? Like the Viacons are vehicles, and they're still not perfect, but we can get that a lot closer. But they just go like, whoop, and how am I supposed to do that?
Have we gotten anything from Beast Machines recently besides Cheetor? No, not really.
No.
Viacons like peek in here and there, but usually through an IDW filter. Oh, sorry, what's going on in the alternate chat? Oh, this is an unpainted version of that Quintesson custom. The out of focus really adding to the spermular nature of how this is looking.
Yeah.
Prototype Galaxy Convoy at TFCon, that's kind of cool. I didn't go to 05's TFCon. So this is news to me. And then what else did we get in here? Something... Oh, Prototype MP1? Unpainted diecast chunks? That's kind of cool, too.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Thanks for springing. Don't worry, Aaron. The scientist got to it. Hang on, it went to the wrong browser.
No, that's not, though, because Universe 2... I really don't...
No, don't worry about it though.
I need to get a whiteboard or something, so I've got a little bit of space, so that we can really chart it out.
Here we go. We got to chart it out.
No, we don't, because there's the space in the decimals. This is
yeah, you're true. Well, no, because that's where the capsules can go, right? Because somewhere in there,
that's what I'm saying is the decimalizations. Like, if we're going to like Universe 2.0 can't be that Transformers universe. Like, I guess, well, no, because that's universe. If we're saying universe, no.
I like this so much more than the stupid acronym. Like, this is so much better.
G2 we'll say is 2.0. So that'd be like Beast Wars.
Well, no, the G2 would be 2, but this is Universe 2.0.
Right, it's Universe. I'm throwing out Universe. It's a bad thing. It gets us out of alignment. What's going to do is it's going to lock things in the way that they had to skip Windows 9 and go to Windows 10 because people said Windows 9 for 95 or 98.
This is our Vista. This is our Millennium Edition.
So you take the Universe, you throw it away. There have been there are lines that are called Universe. That's fine. It's not in here.
There is something wrong with this, and I would like this if we corrected this. I'm okay with Universe 2.0 and then Generations being Universe 3.0 as long as every single line that comes out afterwards being Universe 3.x. because technically every line that came out since Generations has been colon or parentheses Transformers Generations somewhere in the ad copy, on the packaging, or somewhere.
Mhm.
So technically, Thrilling 30 is Universe 3.1. Prime Wars Trilogy is Universe 5.11, 5.12, 5.13. War for Cybertron Trilogy is Universe... 3.1, 3.21, 3.22, 3.23. Cybertron Trilogy, War for Cybertron Trilogy, that's Universe 3.31, 32, and 33. Legacy is Universe 3.414243. And then
the problem with that, though, is where does G1 fit into the line? Where does Beast Wars fit into the line?
Well, those are pre-universe. That's a different anim. That's those are BU. That's Transformers BU -1, BU -2. First, bring it. Stop bringing those into this.
No, if you're going to make a unified system in order to identify where something sits in the timeline.
Where does Studio Series go? Studio Series is Universe... Hang on, what year did Studio Series... Which of these... Where in here did Studio Series start again? Was it with War for Cybertron Trilogy, or was it Prime Wars? I forgot.
I think it was War for Cybertron time that it kind of split.
Yeah,
and then the great thing is
it's a fork.
Once you've got Studio Series up until like 100, it's just each item can be its own decimal. Right?
Because Studio Series would be, if it's off of War for Cybertron, that's Universe 3.3 underscore X1 onwards to delineate the fork. And then Adam, stop with forks. No, I learned the word all by myself, and I'm bringing it back.
He's actually almost using it correctly. Don't make him stop.
I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back. I'm reclaiming the word forks. The Studio Series have Generations in its ad copy. It does somewhere, because I remember someone else told me that, and I was like, oh, so it's all Generations. But I don't remember where.
Now they're both back to the same square box.
Yeah. So
the two different dev branches got collated back together.
Sam Oli, I don't give a fork. Well, listen, if you don't give a fork, that's fine. I'll take it, because I'm reclaiming the forks. Where's Dakar Premium Edition? Well, that's where you add more decimals. That's where you have your 3.1001s, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
This Dewey Decimal specificity is why this is such a superior way to talk about all these things. Alexis Silver, I'm looking at Studio Series box right now. It says Generations right on it. Oh, hell yeah! There we go. What's Generations Selects then? Like that again. That's where you add an extra decimal space, an extra decimal digit for each capsule of that given year. So like Generations Selects could be Universe 3.0101, right, depending what it is. But then if it's later on, then maybe it's like from Universe 3.12001, right, if it's somewhere in different section in here.
I feel like we need to do this as a stream with a little bit of research ahead of time.
No, I like that we're winging it with this exactly one graphic.
Chris and Aaron fixes Transformers.
Buzzworthy Bumblebee? Buzzworthy's a fork. There you go.
Yeah.
It's another fork. Also, I agree with Connor McClure. We got to get this intel to the wiki folks now so they can fix it. That's right. Not implement it. Fix it. Because it's wrong right now. Ours is better. Anyway, that's not a tangent. That's all relevant. But I'll take us back to the front page now. Double check anything new in alternate chat. Oh. Hang on. I think this is a screenshot from TFCon's dealer room at the time in 05. That's kind of cool. I sort of recognize the ceiling lights. It's funny seeing the Beast Machines Dinobots there. Also just a stack of G1 toys.
Trying to see if I recognize... I know I've seen that faces.
This is 3 years before my time, so I'm not... I would need to see staffers who I'd been hanging out with at BotCons.
Mm-hmm.
But also we had a great one here, which was labeled... Oh, where did my thing go? Hang on. Get my browser windows lined up correctly. Aaron and Verspringen.jpg. Sorry, .png. This is the stream that we have been having. Really, this is how important this is. Oh, cool. Gary Chalk's 05 panel. Thank you, Ali Convoy, for digging up these photos, by the way. I remember this old panel room. That's the panel room where I interviewed Greg Berger. When Animated was still on the air. It's a cozy panel room. Aaron Aroth, I think I'm slightly out of... Oh, yeah, you might have been, like, just out of frame in one of those. MRC, this is what a dealer room looks... Well, that's what a dealer room looks like 20 years ago. They are a little bit more potent now. Oh, this is... I closed the tab. This is what a dealer room looks like right now. This is a modern dealer room. You put on your robes of state, and you get out there, and you get ready to do some haggling. Yeah, Mike, I forgot how dark these rooms were, too, because I remember when I had footage of them, it was, like, really accounting for the exposure. I'll go get that dealer room photo again, just for... Oh, hang on, there's some new ones. Oh, God. Okay, this... Oh, this is the Dreamwave panel!
Yeah.
This is the Dreamwave panel. That's
very definitively the Dreamwave panel.
Yeah, that's Alex Milne in the center there. The Jesus room. Yeah, it's the dealer room. The Jesus room. Guy holding up a plucked chicken. Behold a deal! Oh, where am I? This one. Also, the Transformers Collectors Club at TFCon 2005. Here's their table.
Yeah. Again, it shows the lack of verticality as well with dealer
because
rooms.
one of them's taller? Okay.
We had no. Well, no, I'm saying like the background, in the background, not the two people there. I'm saying the entirety of the photo. Like nobody thought, what if we had more display space for all the stuff that we're going to sell upwards?
Adam Bilmu Pat Lee is being forked into a smaller Pat Lee. Yeah, there's... I just noticed the stack of Master Collectors.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I assume there was a Collectors Club issue inside each one of those, but, like, friggin' dude, just open it to the Collectors Club issue so it doesn't look like you're selling newspapers at TFCon, please.
Yeah.
Anyone want to help support my paper wout? Anyway... the Collectors Club store is... wait, hang on a second. First, Robot Masters is updated. Now, the Binaltech store is updated. And then the Collectors Club store is now online! Update apparently is not quite ready for public viewing. Oops! Everyone's doing the extra now.
Yeah.
Weird to view a time where so much less had blossomed. Yeah, Emma, this is like when... pre-07... Transformers fandom was a tiny, well, not tiny, but compared to now, it was a tiny fandom. It was niche. It was like, you could just find G1 toys for like $100.
Yeah.
Like,
well, you could find significant G1 toys for like $100. I think I paid right around $100 for a 100% complete Metroplex.
Yeah.
Like including, which has now gone missing. Scamper's pistol and the antenna, which now if I go to try to get Scamper's pistol, that's like, last time I looked at was like 6-7 years ago, and that was a $35 piece.
Yeah. And somehow I feel that we, like, I understand it somewhat, but I feel like the aversion to just replicating some of those pieces now for the sake of not fueling counterfeits is frustrating to me, because I'm like, replicate it in the wrong color. So that at least there's a piece, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I'd be fine if Scamper had a silver pistol, if it's the Repro one, because Scamper would still look fine with a silver pistol, and then it's a Repro. I don't know.
And the darn thing is like, Scamper's pistol's also, like, rice grain size, because Scamper's small, and it was just like a side plug pistol
thing. But and then also like TF Con or Transformers Con at that time, then like the second day was 80s Toy Expo as well. Like they were pushing it hard and still didn't believe that they had enough to sustain multiple days.
You couldn't sustain a 2-day Transformers convention without the official license. Impossible. Impossible. Whoever could. Just has to become globally popular again. Oh, there we go. Anyway, Aaron, I almost accidentally revealed too early. Michael Bay may direct the Transformers movie?
What?
But they told us he was out definitively a year ago.
Probably Kurtzy and Ortzman probably worked hard because they did the rewrites on the island, as we just saw. And so that probably, like, they were like, hey, yo.
Connor McClure.
You know.
The Pearl Harbor guy? Don Murphy's reporting that Michael Bay is looking to direct the Transformers for DreamWorks and Paramount. Bay's credits include the 2 Bad Boys movies, Pearl Harbor, Armageddon, and The Rock. Kurtzman and Orsi are expected to turn in a script within a month, at which point DreamWorks is hoping to lock in Bay. A November 17, 2006 release date has been set. So, I guess, you know, stuff can change, but they told us Michael Bay specifically is out when this news cycle started. I don't know. DreamWorks. Yeah, you know, famous DreamWorks who worked on Transformers. Yeah, for those who were not here, in the first year of Transformers live-action movie news, one of the first major news items, either in 03 or 04, was that Michael Bay definitely is out of the running to direct the Transformers movie. Like, whoever does it, it certainly will not be Michael Bay. So I was wondering when this was going to finally pop up again. And it's clearly announced for November 17, 2006. Yeah. Sorry, the 06 movie. Right, Mike, you got me. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm causing a time paradox here. Excuse me. That's on me. I don't want to close my eyes. I watched that movie like 14 times over a weekend once. Because when I was an athlete at the Canada Winter Games in 1999, that was one of the like 3 movies on VHS we could watch in the athletes area. So I saw Armageddon like 100,000 times psychically. And I still don't remember most of what happens in it. Transformers.com browse products update. It's just pages.
I was trying to remember, train astronauts to be diggers or something. I don't know.
Well, almost. It's training diggers
versa.
to be astronauts because they're bringing some of that good old Americana get her done to space where it's needed. And then Bruce Willis's daughter is secret sexing with Ben Affleck, but Ben Affleck's on the crew, and in the end he's like, "You go make her happy." And then when Bruce Willis explodes, he has like a slight like out of body moment, and the movie briefly becomes art house for about 8 frames, because he doesn't want to close his eyes, and he doesn't want to stay awake. He's gonna miss you, babe, but he won't let you miss a thing. Yeah, very cool upshot of Optimus Prime. This is by Don Figueroa, I believe. Yeah, he's gonna be at CyberCon 2005. So yeah, this is when Don was with Devil's Due, and was the immediate post Dreamwave fame run. I like how bright that sun looks. Yeah.
Yeah.
April 7, 2005. Hasbro is looking to reclaim the trademark for Bumblebee, according to this link. Oh, this is a registrar link. This might still work.
Yeah, it's still there. Status abandoned because the applicant failed to respond or filed a late response to an office action. To view documents in this file, click on the trademark document.
Do you want it or not? So they were looking, and then they forgot to reply to an email.
Fucking Jimmy down in the mail room didn't get it through in time.
Notice of abandonment. Yeah, July. Okay, hang on. What is this? I'm gonna read all your stuff.
To avoid abandonment, they must receive a proper response to this office action within 6 months. What's the office? Did they clearly delineate the office action? Oh, there you go. Applicant must specify whether the wording bumblebee has any significance in the toy trade or industry. As applied to the goods services described in the application, indicate whether the goods resemble a bumblebee in shape, color, pattern, or some other characteristic. I mean, yeah, they're yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you just... I bet you there was... Oh, man, this is something we got to ask Aaron about. Where is he? Someone got to hit up Aaron Archer and go, like, who did it? Who forgot to reply for the rest of the year? So you notice
Verspigen says to check the alternate chat. It's getting better.
Uh-oh.
So we're starting to see how the
yeah!
layout moves now.
Okay. Hang on. First, we got a convention-exclusive comic from a dead company. So this was the exclusive Dreamwave book after the company no longer existed. Oh, wait, when did this happen? Master Collector Auctions Extreme finally opens. In 2011? Really?
Took him a while, I guess.
Oh, wait, did it open and then just close? Or...
New auction site, the replacement for the discontinued master. So I think that's somewhere in there. They quit releasing the paper mag, and you just got a smaller envelope that had your comic in it. I want to say. Maybe.
That's what I started getting, I remember.
So this may be when they went, oh man, apparently newsprint's actually dead. Who'd have thunk it?
Long was here reminding us, shout out to Hasbro considering abandoning Megatron's name, and Aaron Archer was going to quit over it. That's why I wonder if like some other like clown shoe was the one who didn't reply to the email for 6. There might be a good reason for it that I just don't understand because I'm not in that industry, but like it's really funny that like they left them on red on like, so does Bumblebee, your Bumblebee, you know, resemble the creature, the Bumblebee? Oh, Mike saying, I remember stacks of this cover. I can imagine. Hang on, there was but this is the good stuff. This is the good stuff. We're getting here now. That's right. It all begins with Universe 0.6.1. First public beta. All leading up to the real Transformers Universe 1.0. Yes, thank you.
So then the real question is, where does modern Diaclone fit?
That's Fork Universe 0.6.1 underscore 1.0.
Okay.
That's choosing to pick up dev on the old public beta, and just moving.
Micro change starts in a different branch.
Yeah,
the same way that like the couple of other companies that were like Whirl and Roadbuster and the original Omega Supreme and Jetfire.
Well, Verspringen's got our answer on microchange at least. It's obviously 0.6.2. Although I would say maybe it's 0.6.1 B. This is G1 universe only. And yeah, and every time that someone from non-G1 shows up, their toy has to be delineated with an additional Dewey Decimal definition in order to fit into this stuff. That lot doesn't include Zabungle, but I'm going to start telling people it includes Zabungle because Zabungle is fun. Zabungle had things that... There was a famous couple of Zabungle knockoffs that were around in the 90s that were easily mistaken for Transformers at the time. Because the blue Zabungle knockoff, if I remember correctly, was box arted to look like it's supposed to be Optimus Prime on that knockoff that I got. I like low key, slightly shoot here, slightly less kayfabe. I am throwing in betas partly just to try to set off Bill Moose some more. Since we're already into the fork talk, like why don't we just start getting into alphas and betas too? But this is a beautiful chart. Yeah, I've had to tell people they're weird unidentifiable KOs as a bungle. Yeah, if it's an Optimus Prime where the legs come off to be a truck and the upper body comes off to have wings, that's a Zabungle.
Mm-hmm.
This is a beautiful picture, though. This is great. This is in case people can't see the whole thing properly. Like, you know, we'll zoom out a little bit here. I like the idea if someone could write up like a 20-page document to like not pitch but affirm to the TF Wiki this is the system we're supposed to be using.
Mm-hmm. And go on just a real sovereign citizen terror as well. As well. Clearly, if they say it's Universe 1 and then Universe 2, means that everything else falls into somewhere in that category.
Connor McClure saying we're operating on high levels of bloodborne insight here. Yeah, don't look too... This is where the amygdala might start to manifest if you look at the wrong spot. So, like, be careful. You know, we are getting it into that realm. You joke, but...
nailed to the front page of the wiki like fandom Martin Luther.
Just printing this stuff off and parading around TF cons, hoping that a wiki person is even there.
And then also with a clipboard asking for signatures to
yes.
prove.
Yeah. Are you a fan of George Wendt? Have you ever seen a George Wendt film or television show? No? Then you should take a look at this.
You've got a shirt with a far too large, like, iron-on the front and the back. You've got your pamphlets that you clearly had printed up someplace, but didn't pay them to fold. So you had to fold all of them yourself, so none of them are quite the same. And just pit stains on that shirt because you've been wearing it for 3 weeks straight. Trying to get people to sign your petition, but never at a place where people should honestly be signing petitions.
Schism!
And then you go to TFCon.
MRC, you all know about the termites, how they build something so beautiful that they can't comprehend, something that needs a higher intelligence to comprehend. That's this. Together, we can... Together we can make something beautiful again. Anyway, this is all very relevant. I still want to know who didn't reply to the patent office in summer 2005 and lost Bumblebee for another year. Was this what... Hey, wait. Do you think this might have been part of what like made the movie bump to 07?
We'll find out. I know that... What was it? There was a point in time where I want to say it was Aaron Archer was talking about all of it and some of the things that they had to do with Bumblebee. And it was a matter of... I want to say it was a matter of they had to do multiple rounds of trying to figure out, like that they weren't stepping onto something else. I remember there being a discussion at some panel about, like, you know, why some things get appended with Autobot and doesn't, and that Bumblebee was the thing that came up, and it was like we had to... Oh, shoot. I want to say that there was, like, some concern because of food or something that somebody else had inroads on or something. It was...
I know Bumblebee was a problem for a long time.
Yeah.
But it'd be really funny if, like, part of that was just someone not replying to that request for...
Yeah.
Like, I'll bring it up one more time, just so we can all see.
My bet is... Yeah, Bumblebee Tuna, maybe, or like because of honey and bumblebees on that. Which it was something about like does it look like the insect type of thing?
Yes, significance of mark. Applicant must specify whether the wording Bumblebee has any significance to the toy trader industry or as applied to the goods services described in the application. Specifically, applicant must indicate whether the goods resemble a Bumblebee, lowercase b, in shape, color, pattern, or some other characteristic. Obviously, Bumblebee is yellow, and obviously they went farther to make Bumblebee look more Bumblebee-like in 07 because they gave him the door wings thing, right? And I wonder if maybe the back and forth over that took too long. Maybe it took longer than 6 months. Like, I wonder.
I doubt it was enough to bump the movie. If anything, it was Michael Bay doing Michael Bay things and saying, "Hey, like it's going to take my explosions guy like 6 months to get all the explosions ready for this thing, so we gotta bump that back a little bit."
Well, Sam Ollie, they could just say it's a pun on the Volkswagen Beetle, but then the moment that the patent office goes like, "Okay, well, we looked into this, and why is he yellow?" You know, like, that could probably be a. Like, I would imagine someone might have been looking in on it, like, you know, a step past communications. Did Hasbro later try to go after Mattel for doing a DC Bumblebee figure? I don't think so. If I recall correctly, did a lot of pre-pro and script work for the 06 movie, which came out 16 November 06. Correct, yeah. Anyway, I popped the link into the chat a little ways back for those who want to look into that patent office stuff. I forgot about this because that's kind of funny. Because I mean, what we read was in April before they forgot to reply, I guess. Also, April 8th, so it took a week. Due to positive response, we've brought back the Fuzzy World as a new forum on 2005 boards. Is it still there? I can't remember. Because it became supporter only at one point.
It is still supporter only.
Okay.
I believe. I'd have to go and let me see. Let's see if you got to get in past the supporter.
Because I'm not going to do that on stream because that's going past like whatever gates.
Yes.
I don't want to go past gates.
It's under the Friends of the TFW 2005.
What do
lounge.
people do in there now?
Nothing.
Okay.
It is dead. Yeah. Yeah, the three highest stickied threads. One had a response today. One May 18th, 2005, and then April 1st, 2005.
Huh. Someone should, and it can't be me or Aaron. Someone should go in there and post, "Wow, Evangelist talking smack on how dead this forum is." See if that resurrects anything. Transfans.net has interviewed Guido Guidi and got some unused art out of that interview. I forgot if transfans.net was one of our working links. Website for sale.
No.
Okay. DairyCon 2005 recap and picks. Shout out to Beatnik Poe. I haven't thought of Beatnik Poe in a while.
Yeah, that's a name that I know that haven't seen in a while. Yeah.
Yeah, Beatnik was TF Gen 3 back in the day. Part of the Aughts BotCon crew. Yeah, I haven't thought of Beatnik Poe in ages. New Custom Masters from Prowl Pants. I think Custom Masters is a site that didn't work anymore, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's like $5,000 and you can own the custommasters.com.
We got images from Toy Fair Australia with some in-package Cybertron toys. Is DairyCon still a thing? Yeah, and they still do DairyCon exclusives, and they're usually pretty bonkers. At least I think they are. Maybe they might have had their, if not final one, like they might be going into like a longer than once a year pattern. But don't hold me to that. I might be misremembering something. But I'm pretty sure DairyCon is still going on, or at least was up until recently. Yeah, their exclusives are legit awesome because they're usually handmade to some degree.
Yeah. Like frequently hand painted, handmade boxes for them.
Yeah.
Really a thing that's labors of love that I feel kind of bad that I've never gone up there because it's not like it's.
Oh, Mike says
they're far away.
They're doing at least one more show this year. Because I remember they were talking about DairyCon starting to become a bit harder to maintain because, like, doing conventions is generally unsustainable at this point, with exceptions. Schlieffenman, this year was Snack Wave. I don't remember what that one... I know that crossed my socials at one point, but I don't remember what it looks like. But it is my understanding, at least, this is a slight tangent, but, like, if you like your local shows, support them and go to them, because your local shows are very hard to maintain happening. Like, I've been... Oh, Snackwave in the alternate chat. Hell yeah, Ronnie. Thank you. People are talking about this freaking chart now. Okay, Ronnie also had a link from Variety. It was Hasbro suing DC over Bumblebee. Because that was post-movie, so they could do that.
Yeah, significantly post-movie, we got money now.
Yeah.
Now's when we pick the fight. Before it was like, hey, man, hey, can we maybe get this one under the radar? Okay, all right. Cool, now we got money. Yeah, remember that time? We're going to go.
This Snackwave rules. It turns into a vending machine. Yeah, you can all see that. That's good. Blow that up a little bit for you. But yeah, I remember I interviewed the DairyCon folks on WTF and TFW at one point, just talking about, like, what, you know, running this, like, venerable and known, but, like, quirky and still kind of, like, you know, immovably local show, and how fun that is and what that's like. And I remember it was interesting talking to those folks. It's been a while, but as far as I know, the DairyCon folks are still solid folks. So yeah, if they're in your area, check them out. Where's my... Oh, here's the... Hang on. Yeah, this looks hella like an obvious plant thing. DairyCon crying little pissant. Comes with a conspicuous sprout. Yeah, this kind of stuff is fun. Like, this is very art toy. It's something that is... I'm not going to say it's missing in the current fandom, but I feel like this is something that, like, got shunted to one side by unofficial product, and a lot of these kind of ideas kind of got lost to, like, but I could also look into, like, doing unofficial product stuff or something like that. I like this kind of thing, though. The plant is Lego. Yeah. That's why it's conspicuous. Anyway, you got Decepticharge in-package images. Oof. Hell yeah. Like, DairyCon doing their own thing for so long is an underappreciated triumph. I agree. HSB-1 Galaxy Convoy. Ligerjack combines with Optimus Prime and Megatron. Big update from eHobby. I remember that was actually, like, really, like, a thing to when it was revealed, because it's like, wow, what could the implications be? And then the implications are we're doing an evil repaint of Ligerjack. Zach William has an extensive fan review of the TF Collectors Club issue number 2, because once again, we weren't allowed to ever show scans of these things, so we just had to do these, like, basically write out what's inside the book, which is sort of silly, I think, in hindsight. Releases. Energon cartoon finally to be put out of its misery. It will end its airing run at 6 in the morning on weekdays for its final 9 episodes, 10 episodes. Yeah, final 10 episodes. Yeah, this was not part of my life because I just watched Super Link instead because I didn't know where to watch Energon in Canada. It was on YTV at some time. But yeah, the good old Cartoon Network death slot. We got a Chris Kickback Ass news item here. Alternators Wheeljack sighted in Iowa. That's right, Iowa. Aaron, am I missing something? Is there, like, what were they? Do you remember any Iowan beef? Oh, wait a second. Do I still... Oh, we lost the call. Okay. Aaron is on a quick restart. So we'll just we'll take a sec here. I'll monitor the call page just in case Discord kicks me out. While we're waiting, how you all doing? How you all doing in this adventure into the past? My blue drink is still kind of mid. It's fine. I don't think I'll buy it again unless they'll give me, like, lots of reward points like when I bought these ones. Spring, and I'm very busy. Well, I mean, is that my fault, though? Like... This is Pepsi Zero Sugar Citrus something. I bought it because it's blue, and it's zero sugar. It's fine. It's called Citrus Zing or whatever, but, like, it doesn't taste like... It just tastes like a little bit sour and fruity, but not like any specific citrus, so I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping it was going to be like Pepsi Twist. I liked Pepsi Twist. Aaron, it looks like you're back. Mike, it is not just like Pepsi Blue. Pepsi Blue was a little bit more berry, but it's close. Like, if you sort of remember Pepsi Blue, maybe this will be the same, because being just Pepsi but a bit sour and fruity, I guess, is closer to Pepsi Blue than a Pepsi Twist. Pepsi Twist was legit. Like, they just put lemon extract in that stuff, and it was good.
You got me now.
Hey, Aaron, we're back.
Hey.
All right.
Yeah, for some reason, my computer just decided, internet, why would you want to do that? That's boring. There are weirdos on the internet.
Mine does that sometimes.
20-year-old news stuff.
Anyway, with you back here, we can go on to say, Universe Buzzclaw and Overbite, now in Energon? I don't even remember. A lot of that tail end Universe Energon, like, retail mush is, like, sludge in my memory, because I wasn't really looking at it back then. Our website updates. Statues. Live convoy now in color. Let's do another page. Aaron, how are you feeling, by the way?
I'm feeling fine.
All right.
Computer's Wi-Fi is maybe a different question here, but what is our page number such that I can get caught back to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, your browser would have closed when you restarted.
Yeah.
Here's the page I just went to. This will be 4392.
4392. Did I miss anything whilst I was down?
No,
I just heard.
Yeah, once I spotted you were down, I was just like, let's catch up on the blue drink talk.
Yeah, I heard something about crying little pissant, and then like,
oh, is that when we
things
lost
went
you?
away. Yeah,
yeah, I
was sitting there trying to say something, and it just like, I saw text going for the chat for a little bit, but you were frozen with a loading circle, and then nothing would scroll, and I was like, oh boy.
I was like, dang, Aaron's pretty like holding it together on crying little pissant with conspicuous plant, because it was a Lego plant piece. Yeah, that was just another DairyCon exclusive that looked a lot like an art piece, because it was hung on a store shelf for the photo. Yeah, no, that was longer ago than I thought. But no, after crying little pissant, like, I'll just go to the other page for a sec. I don't think there was that much. Yeah, Liger Jack combines with both Optimus and Megatron. Yeah, that was about it.
Okay.
I was making fun because we had Zach William having an extensive, detailed review of Collectors Club issue number 2, because of that whole thing where it's like, you can't post scans, but you can just rewrite the entire contents in a message board post.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we ranted about that. We ranted enough about that last time, but we could rant some more. Hold on.
Energon also was taken out back and shot in the head, as Joe Moore wrote, because the final 10 episodes were put in the 6 a.m. death slot on weekdays.
Yeah. I remember that, and a lot of people saying, like, yeah, that's what it was, and a lot of people being like, but how are we going to guarantee that more shows happen?
It's like, they're airing Galaxy Force right now.
Yeah.
PT, hearing the term crying little pissant coming out of your mouth is sending me. Like, that's what they called him. It's DairyCon exclusive crying little pissant with conspicuous plant. It's just the name of the product. I missed the Spreem talk here, but I'll always take some new Spreem. Thank you. Hey, Delta Tryon, if you're still here. Thanks for swinging by if you could. Where am I? Here I am. Universe Blast Charge released. Beast Wars Returns Wave 3 with some of that stuff we saw. Noble Savage and Mega Head Megatron. New Transformers movie news from Don Murphy. For the sake of spoilers, damn it. Does this work? Oh, it's his board. It has to go through way back, right?
Sometimes it works through way back. Let me get archive.org back up too, because that one went as well.
Because this would be
All right,
regarding the
all
meeting he had
right.
with Hasbro, regarding the characters, who and what they'll be, and a brief timeline of the next 8 months.
There's a late 2010 that says forbidden. You don't have access to the server.
Product
then
sounds
another
like the
scan
biggest
in-
stretch. Yeah.
2021 that's trying to load that says nothing found for Don Murphy as the
Damn.
header. What, are we actually going to load something? Are we actually going to load something here? It's doing the thing with archive.org. Oh, nope, it's the whatever that page is of like, hey, the posts aren't loading
Damn it.
like on the internal site. It's like that site's 404.
I want to know how G1 this movie's going to be.
It's the G1iest.
I want to know how Don Murphy took Hasbro by the neck and went like, G1! And ensured that we'd have Soundwave.
Came from Cybertron, so if somebody's quick on the Cybertron links, I wonder if they have something potentially better.
Ooh! Oh,
It's called action, right? Is that a call to action?
That's a call to action, yeah. If anyone can track this down on
Yeah.
Cybertron, because
yeah.
I don't know how their front page works. It's not hard, I just don't know. I'm locked in right now on TFW's, like, styles. More G1 than 1986? That's right, 1985! I'll scroll past that for now just to keep moving down the month. But we got new Marlboro Wheeljack stickers from Repro Labels.
Mm-hmm.
Simpsons had the family as Transformers. Oh, I'm guessing that was a couch gag.
Yeah, that's a couch gag.
I vaguely remember this. This is like the heights of news for us, by the way, pre-movie. Is like if something else in pop culture said Transformers, we'd be like, whoa! They saw us! That was about not just the Transformers, that was about me! That was about me, the fan!
Yeah. They know for real.
Ali Convoy, Don Murphy quotes found. We get it. Here we go. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Ali Convoy. Yeah, we caught that one. Every time someone complains, we add another fork.
Yeah, we're Spriggan, if we need to sit down and have a different conversation to see how it all plays out, I'll pencil some time. I got time in the middle of my day most days at work.
More forks. Nothing bad can happen on a Friday night. Okay, hey, guess what? We started to work on... Hey, guess what? We started to work on cool Comic-Con stuff for TF. I will announce when I can. We have started some pre-visualization on the film. Preliminary. Looks fab. Hasbro needs to start the toy line in the next month to make the deadline to have the toys out a month before our film. In John's script, there were only 4 on each side. Massive intake of breath as everyone goes, what the fuck? Now the plans are 5 main ones. Megs. Optimus, of course. Soundwave, no longer a blender. Bumblebee, thanks to Herbie, not likely a bug. Jazz. Starscream. More to come. In the meeting on Thursday, Hasbro all but demanded that Soundwave mass shift. The writers seemed okay with it. Interestingly, Ratchet is currently there too. The writers want to make him an ambulance. DreamWorks doesn't, and Hasbro actually doesn't mind if he's an ambulance or a fire truck. Hasbro seemed anxious to get Soundwave into musical form to unleash Ravage, even if it made no sense. Official website ASAP, literally as soon as we can. Final 10 TFs chosen, 3 weeks. Colors models of those 10 finalized, July 1. Prep begin, Sept 1. Shoot begin, Deck 1. All tentative. No quintessons in movie 1. The movie's gonna be much more of an origina film than it ever was before. The weirdest thing about the meeting is that that only because of this board was anyone trying to protect G1 or the looks of Megs or Optimus. Hasbro doesn't mind what it is as long as they know as soon as possible. DreamWorks is intent on reinventing the property. You guys being heard, You guys are being heard, but it is tougher now than it was pre-Bay. And it is not Bay, it is lots of people trying to get this done. There were 29 people in the room. No idea about film 2 and 3. And it was sounding in that room like the Autobots may have been here since at least biblical times.
I gotta say one thing. 29 people in a room trying to get something done. Can you think of anything more just fucking painful?
Hey man, they made Claire Obscure Expedition 33 with 32 people and a dog.
and like you're like, I'd just be like, I have 10 fingernails and 10 toenails. Each of you grab a pair of pliers and pull, and it will be less painful than the other 8 people in the room, because I'm 1 and 29, whatever, than us trying to figure out what's going on. Like, ugh.
Adam, that was not me dropping an F-bomb. That was me in character as Don Murphy. It's different. Is that why it's Expedition 3? I believe that is part of the gimmick, yeah. Because they had a studio of 32 people and a dog, so they said if we treat the dog as the 33rd person, then it matches the... And then it also is, apparently, that is if you ignore a bunch of, outsourcing and etc. Mm-hmm. But it is a fun anecdote, regardless. Why are they written like this? Because these are just copies of Don Murphy posting on his own message board.
Yeah.
But yeah, listen, Ali Convoy, how quickly have we gone from the movie will be G1 to this? Overnight as of this news item, I believe.
Pretty quickly, yeah. Yeah.
Very suddenly, turns out, it's actually you all on the boards are the only people who care, and I'm doing my best. But there's all these other people in the room.
And I even like okay, DreamWorks, and again, this is like reading how there's multiple sides to any story. Hasbro probably doesn't Hasbro doesn't not care, but I bet whoever Hasbro's person was on this, which probably, if memory serves, Aaron Archer was involved early on with these things. So he was probably in that room, maybe with somebody else, Hasbro-y. They were probably like, yeah, if it's a creative thing and it makes sense, we can do it. Like, so long as it makes sense. Not Hasbro doesn't care. They just want to know, what direction are we going to go? We need time to make this in real life form. DreamWorks wants to reinvent the property so that it's something that they've done, not just we made the cartoon live action.
Yeah, that's Hellboy should be green kind of stuff. Oh, we have an update. Oh, we got the couch gag, too. I'm afraid to play a Simpsons clip on the stream, because it might cause the stream to get, purchased. But the still image is I immediately remember seeing that now.
Can you mute it and play it?
I could do something, yeah. If I mute... Well, no, I can mute it without killing you, because I can... For a second, yeah. I was like, Aaron, that'll wipe your voice, but... Anyway, we have an update. The blue's trying to come back out. We have an update on the... We're onto universes, 0.7 Delta and 0.7.1 Delta, yeah. 0.7.3 Delta B rechristened Brave 1.0. That makes sense, because that's true. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we've got top scientists working on this stuff.
Top men.
Oh, Ronnie Lane. Yeah, so this is not like apocryphal or anything. This is from the DVDs. Guillermo del Toro shared, in his own words and voice, that one of the many arguments he had trying to make the original Hellboy film that he made was that there were executives who were dead set on things like Hellboy should turn green when he's mad, and he should be a normal person who gets angry and turns green to become the Hellboy, because otherwise this is all really silly and stupid.
Completely authentic idea. I don't know if there's ever been... I mean, has there ever been another character in fiction that changes form and turns green when they get angry? That's
not one called Hellboy.
Idea.
Not one called Hellboy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They really didn't like, because like Guillermo del Toro would come in with crap. Flew out of my head. The artist, Mike. Oh, the worst part is, I just watched a stupid Channel Awesome thing about the stupid quiz show. Mike Mignola, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I was about to say Mike Matei, and I was like, no, that's not who it was. That's the idiot in the Bugs Bunny costume. Anyway, yeah, he came in with Mike Mignola art, and it was basically told, like, well, this is silly. We can't make a movie that this is children's silly comic books. We have to make a film. And then they went on to go, like, for instance, Hellboy should be green and should be an attractive human when he's not the Hellboy. Anyway, yeah, that's the era, by the way, we are in when this Transformers movie is being made, so all of this makes sense to me. How do we make the Transformers our own thing that people will take seriously, not this silly kid stuff, basically? And what they made was still some pretty silly kid stuff. It's just for silly preteens. Anyway, there's the Don Murphy updates. New Legends of Cybertron and Alternators Prowl, proto images and auctions, because every time something got leaked, you could also, if you wanted to spend a bunch of money, just buy it, because someone put it on eBay. I need new gear giveaway. Oh, good.
You kind of want to roll back to it as well. Like, what other reliable methods of spreading stuff, especially from overseas, existed in the aughts? You put it on eBay, they host, because you got what, two pictures back in the day for free on eBay? There was some like level of you didn't have to pay more for.
Yeah, it was more than 2, but it wasn't a lot.
Yeah, and like otherwise you had to figure out some image hosting site thing, or it was a pain. Or hey, it's a great way.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on the Del Toro things. They're still talking. Yeah, Mike. I remember it because I watched every extra on that DVD. But like the Del Toro's Hellboy film, he was fist fighting his way through making that movie. Basically, he was making enemies in the industry making that movie. Basically, yeah, PT saying like, yeah, Bumblebee peeing on that guy was mature story-driven drama. True. But yeah, Del Toro, that's why, yeah, Del Toro always had a good attitude for this stuff, and he is basically like, Del Toro was just like, this is a weird way to put it, because it's not fully accurate, but like, it's kind of like he was like 10 years too early to the industry, almost, because like, he was having to fight tooth and nail to do stuff in the most, not even just like the right way, but like just the most basically sensible way to do stuff about stuff he loved. And I feel like if he'd gotten there like a decade later, he would have just like slid right in and possibly made like an Ultraman movie, like without any trouble. And that's not to denigrate his work, because I think a lot of his work is great, and you know, I like the Del Toro that we do have, but it's always a little tragic to me that like it feels like Del Toro had to like basically take a bunch of bullets to the chest at his own expense, and kind of never got global recognition for that. As far as like, you know, like very genre films and very like, you know, fantastical stuff. And yeah, he's doing fine, obviously. It's just I always feel like there's a world where like Del Toro would have like gotten to do like a similar version of everything he did, but without getting shot in the chest 100 times to pull it off. But like, you know, and you know, leaving aside personal stuff, like there's a version of that with like some. I remember that was a conversation, and I'm curious how I'd feel about that conversation now. There was a conversation like that around Terry Gilliam for a while too, as like, you know, why is this dude so cursed that like every movie he tries to make like is getting like, you know, shot in the leg, if not shot in the brain before it gets made. Yeah, a version where he got to do At the Mountains of Madness, stuff like that.
Some of that death by committee stuff.
Yeah, and an industry that felt it was above a certain type of source material, you know, and then and you know, everything is nuanced, right? Marvel Studios did a lot to unlock a lot of doors, and then they were, you know, eventually were like, oh, by the way, these doors are ours. if you didn't know, we own these doors actually.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of, oh shoot, I forget who it was. I just saw an interview with an old guitarist that was talking about they used to have the studio guys came in and would always want to do stuff. And so he had a custom guitar and he had another knob put on the guitar that wasn't connected to anything. And so the studio guys would come in and say something like, oh, it needs to be more whatever. And he'd go, hold on. And he'd like sit there and like turn one of the adjustment knobs up 2, but then back down 2, but then turn this other knob like 3 notches. And he's like, all right, I tinkered with the sound a little bit. Tell me what you think now, and play the exact same thing. And they'd be like, yeah, that's the sound that we want.
Yeah, I've done that.
And it's like,
not literally but yeah.
If you know that you've got somebody that's going to like throw out a bunch of nonsense, put extra things in that you can cut. Isn't that also the South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut? They initially they didn't want to call it, or they wanted to call it something like that, and then they were like, well, what about something like All Hell Breaks Loose? And they're like, no, you can't say that. And so then, yeah, that's what it was. And then they went to Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, and they were like, that's fine. And then they went, all right, let's get that in writing. And then they got it in writing. Yes, that's fine. And they're like, great, you made our name even better. What do you mean? Bigger, Longer, Uncut? Thanks. That's a better. No, you can't do that. We got it in signature.
Yeah. No, I mean, to that earlier point, like, I've literally done in video when I know that we have a lot of people giving changes. It's like, you sort of, like, leave, sort of, I call them traps. You leave mouse traps. Mm-hmm. Where someone's like, I just need this to change. And then you do something that is literally nothing. And then you show them, like, yeah, we did this. And you're like, oh, it looks so much better. And then you know it looks identical. And you're like, yeah, doesn't it look better? Doesn't it look better? You paid me another 4 hours of time to do that too. Isn't that cool? Yeah, I forgot how we got on. Del Toro gets you onto that kind of stuff.
Del Toro,
yeah. Given it a slight hue shift, yeah. Oh yeah, that Simpsons clip here. I can pop that up. So saw someone saying we are dangerously close to just reinventing the Ask Vector Prime dimensional delineation system. Maybe, but different.
Because we're only talking about toy releases. We're not talking about like media history stuff.
I'll put this over here, so hopefully that makes the robots go away. Whoa! Hang on. Okay. This is a 3-second long clip. I want to see how they did this. Why has no third party?
Yeah.
I want to know how you fit Marge's hair into the back of that thing.
It just flips up. It's just the entire spine of the... It just appears. The hell, mass shifting in My Simpsons?
Anyway, I'll put this back. All right, Cybertron Scorponok. Was that the zombie one? Was that Dark Scorponok? I'd swear Dark Scorponok was not in Energon, but maybe I'm wrong. Turning Marge's hair into the cockpit would have been cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Connor McClure. Third party with 2 swappable Marge hair pieces. One rectangular, one textured for cartoon accuracy. Yeah, the rectangular one's the perfect transform hair.
Yeah.
So
but it has 87 little like panels that you have to fiddle with in order to get it to actually transform.
To make it fit into her spinal block.
Yeah.
We've got unreleased Beast Wars comic art by Don Figueroa revealed on Transtopia. I have fun with a lot of these websites that are no longer here names. This is on TF Master, so I think we know that one's gone, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
is available on GoDaddy auctions. What happens when I
GoDaddy
hit
auctions.
Get this domain. You can get it. It's a premium for $1,000 plus $22 per year.
It
Its
feels so,
estimated value is $1,400. So.
It feels super weird about that, knowing that TF Master was one of the first TFW board deaths that happened.
Mm-hmm.
It was TF Master and Sean C. both in the same year, right before BotCon 05. I always remember that was like put a really weird cloud on BotCon for me. Galaxy Force Sound Pack 1 with a limited edition Force chip and a DVD of the first episode of Galaxy Force. Bill's Toys and Games
So,
update.
We're mirroring images to save their bandwidth because that was still a thing in 2005.
Alexis Silver, tfmaster.com is still for sale, but TF Master had called his site Transtopia. I'm not sure if Transtopia, the domain, is kicking around. Yeah, all these websites still exist, just with very different markets these days. New Transformers TPBs from Titan Publishing, Aspects of Evil and Way of the Warrior. This is some of those UK collections, if I recall correctly. E-Hobby Black Victory Saber set on eBay. I'm a fan of the Black Victory Saber set. I think that deco looks cool. HasbroToyShop.com to launch next month. I remember this was big news. Because this was primary HasbroToyShop.com. Because this is when you could start saying, like, I remember original Hasbro Toy Shop when they only sold Beast Wars 2, Galvatron, and Leo Convoy. It's scheduled to go live in May with brands including My Little Pony, Weebles, VideoNOW, and a variety of family games. Transformers not even making the top cut. We are sub-VideoNOW. We're sub-Weebles.
So MasterCollector.com is trying to load the... Oh, no, just as soon as I called it out, it took too long to respond.
Damn it! Adam Rockmore, Transtopia is for sale for $4K or $372 a month. So no one is currently running Transtopia. Alexis Silver putting a pre-order for Toy Rise Dragon Kaiser. Yeah, I know that feeling. I'll figure out if I can pay for it later. I have all year to figure that out. Happy birthday, TFW. April 20. Hey. Weed number. Binaltech Laserwave has been released. Transformers tattoos. Considered the ultimate kit bash. So we had a tattoo gallery going up. Do we still have that? Oh, it's a thread.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think so.
Because that now everyone, it's still neat, but like yeah. There's a lot more people into Transformers who have tattoos now. That said, I bet there's a thread somewhere on the boards in the GD or something. I don't want to look. This was the fate of stuff like Armorhide. Hardtop's going to be a USA edition in Japan. I forgot about that. Translations of Binaltech stuff. New pick of Reverse Convoy and the Hellfire Minicons. Microns.
Yeah, because back to the USA edition, because that was like Japan is very serious about, at the time at least, was like if it doesn't show up in the show, we're not giving it a release. And frequently it would be like the day, like the episode shows up Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, that toy is on the toy shelves.
Yeah, they would ship stuff to time with character appearances as much as possible.
So I remember some of that with some tokusatsu stuff when I was heavy into that. Was like, oh, the new toy gimmick insert thing dropped in this episode, so now it's actually live.
Or the transport mecha in Super Sentai lines would often be landfill because they would be a giant toy that requires the rest of the line that would come out at the end of the line right before retail turnover. So they'd have a shelf life of a couple months and then just landfill the rest of them. Like there's like a layer of landfill somewhere in Japan made out of revolver mammoths or something like that. By the way, did you know Dreamwave artists are forced to foot the bill? Lord Shockwave had a friend who did artwork for the now failed Informer Transformers licensee holder Dreamwave is being forced to foot the bill, so to speak, regarding all past shipping charges of his or her artwork up to Canada. Claim was confirmed by Guido Guidi, longtime Transformers Armada artist for Dreamwave and more recently artist for the also failed OTFCC. Apparently FedEx has in their fine print that if all else fails, the sender is responsible for all the charges. Artists are now discovering that now not only are they owed possibly thousands of dollars in unpaid work, they're getting stuck with the bill for shipping their unpaid work to Canada. Let this serve as an informative and warning post for all those in the community that did work for Dreamwave that included shipping materials via FedEx. You may be getting a bill in the mail soon. Apparently that anonymous individual was none other than Don Figueroa, now with Devil's Due. So yeah, just another little fart on top of the Dreamwave poop cake.
Mm-hmm.
Fan to Fan has some magazine info up. Yeah, this is some more like, campaign microns and etc. Speculation on the next 2 reissues. I wonder what people think they're going to be. Rumor was G1 Galvatron and a set of G1 mini-bots. I remember Galvatron took longer than we thought it would, but... Or no, did Galvatron already happen by now? And we just... Because I remember we never got him in the collection line, like in a book, but I remember there was like... For a while, there was all this like, are they ever going to reissue Galvatron? And then they like super duper did.
Can't remember.
TFW sends its condolences to Rugby's Battlestar base. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, Dwayne lost his wife to some bullets. Damn, what are these sources? I'm not going to click these, but it's okay, those are news articles. So it's probably
News
work.
articles, neither work.
Yeah. This is also like, not to like turn this into like something about Transformers, but this is like what older fandom also was like, is that there was space and time to like front page just like, unfortunately personal tragedy. Because it was a smaller fandom where a lot more people knew each other.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like again, it was smaller and everything. I think my first couple of years of doing Extra Life got front paged.
Yeah.
Speaking of, you could donate to either one of our Extra Life. It'd be really cool. I just got enough for the T-shirt that's in the mail now, and maybe Chris could get a shirt and wear some different clothes once in a while.
Do I have
so
that
he's not
thing?
always
So
so smelly.
Does this QR code still work? Let's just leave this up here for a sec.
Yeah.
Ronnie Lane, no politics in the thread. Yeah, this is also like, again, just different numbers of people on the boards. It's easier to sort of maintain a tonal control over a thread about something like that, if a thread even existed. I don't know if this has
Yes,
a
your
thread.
QR code does work. Congratulations on this being your 10th year as well.
Hey! I'll just leave that up there for a bit. Why not? I'll put this up. Sorry for whoever's trying to scan it right now. Aha! Ooh! Ooh! See, people are receiving letters on the 3H bankruptcy. Apparently, people are being sent letters identifying them as creditors in a hearing on the asset liquidation of 3H Enterprises through Chapter 7 bankruptcy, also bolded as though it's a company. Seems weird.
3H Enterprise. I mean, that would have been probably the company that existed as the company.
I mean, Chapter 7 bankruptcy being bolded as well.
Oh.
Unless I'm misunderstanding something, but it seems like that's the company through whom they're doing their liquidation. 3H versus CH7. It's the anime convention exclusive shipping. This is a G1 number 7. It's okay. Comic book stuff. Transformers Club store now officially open. Somehow, with server blips and other news, this one slipped past us. It's open for business, has a bit of everything. I'm sure it's going to grow. TransformersClub.com/shop. The official G.I. Joe Collectors Club store.
Club shop. Yep.
Is a white page. But
Yep.
if we go to just these guys, we could add in here to contact us, and we could, just to make sure that they know what's up.
Still here, still waiting on the response.
love to chat about this exciting new collectors apostrophe club. Submit that. Oh, good. It's been sent, and we will handle your answers or questions as soon as possible. That's good service. Connor McClure, I'm impressed how the website looked the same basically through its lifespan. I mean, some people would say impressed. Some people in its lifespan, I think, had different ways to describe that. A home for the popular fan dubs. Two good friends of the site, New Brandon and Tagenagar, have created a new site, tfcog.net. So tfcog.net opened on April 26, 2005. Some of those fan dubs are now on YouTube. If you all want to check out the Zone fan dub, in which I play Countdown, if you want to check out the Victory fan dub in which I play Great Shot, I found some of those clips, and I was having a good time listening to me on my old mic. My old little, like, white plastic standy mic, doing my Texan-alike voice for Great Shot.
You're Canadian Texan, so would that be like Albertan?
Yeah, I whenever I said Guy Hawk, I'd be like, Guy Hawk! Like, I was tones away from calling him Gay Hawk, I think. Do the voice. It was, Texan, I was like, Guy Hawk, you can't do that kind of thing, Guy Hawk! Yeehaw! I forgot what episodes Great Shot is in, but if you find them, there's two of them where I have lots of dialogue, is what I remember. Griff, if you want to Griff saying if you want to check out the Headmaster's fan dub where I play Cerebros and Mindwipe and Cyclonus for one episode. Flawless Albertan. I don't even know if that's a compliment. When my foghorn thing is when I do the Overlord voice, when it's like, I'm Overlord. I love to engage in a little bit of good old-fashioned sadomasochism because it makes me erect. I want to come. Like that's my foghorn leghorn. That's my like southern, you know. That's because that's like what they all say in the South, right?
Sure.
Anyways, it's been a minute since we got one of these, Aaron. There's a new 2005 layout.
Yeah.
We had a lot of these in 2004. Let's see. Custom Heroes of Cybertron PVCs are on eBay. I remember some of this actually. Because I feel like someone was like, "Oh, these were original molds." Dang.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if these persisted somehow. We all sound just like that. Emma knows the South sure is a monolith. From Kentucky can confirm as well. Yeah, Griff, we were both in Beast Wars. I always forget I'm in Beast Wars 2 because, like, my characters barely said anything, so I would, like, record lines, and then, like, a year later I'd hear back, like, hey, can you record these 3 lines, one of which is ugh? And I'd be like, okay. Lucky Draw Flame Convoy. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. This is the TV magazine campaign stuff, where they would do, like, 50 copies. Schlieffenman, how did Six Shot go from being a samurai to being Texan? Well, you know, at the time, I just figured, like, I never considered the idea that Six Shot was Great Shot, so I was just like, well, Great Shot,
Well,
sure.
if you think about the idea of a lone cowboy out in the Wild West, how is that not samurai-like?
True. Yeah, the mouth plate came off and his voice changed. I will say I was going for it in some of those reads, all things considered, that it was like, you know, little tiny me at like little tiny age, like 19 or 20 or whatever. And like, cause like Great Shot's opening episode, he's just yelling some murderous stuff at Blue Bacchus and Black Shadow. Can't remember what all the lines were, but, got Lucky Draw Cheetahs from Beast Wars Returns. Fan-made World's Smallest Transformers Ultra Magnus trailer. I wonder if this ever was part of what eventually became the one that's more commonly available on eBay now. Verspringen's got an update on the scrolls. How exciting. I don't see it. Oh, I see it now.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes. 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 Yeah, this is the good stuff. I love Universe 1.3.2, aka Masterpiece G. Can you zoom in and pan? Hang on.
No. The point is you have to squint really hard.
Yeah, no, people should learn to read. What if I do this?
Small point of order. I feel like the Japanese getting the Delta Transformers Studio series should also be a Delta, maybe an Alpha, since it's the beginning of that new line. Gonna put that in as a line comment there.
I like the phrase "point of order" being used on this.
Yes. Anything that ends up becoming a Japanese language branch gets a Delta.
Well, you have Alpha up here and Beta already. Can we use that little Mungus thing over here?
No. If we're gonna keep with Greek lettering, maybe a sigma or a tau. Gamma to be a weird upside down L that nobody understands.
I do feel pretty Sigma when I look at this.
Or a phi.
We gotta say phi. We gotta save phi for something related to the number 5, for branding issues.
No, you don't. You make it confusing.
No, but it's Kamen Rider 555 is Kamen Rider Phi's, which is Kamen Rider Phi apostrophe S. Is Robot Masters on there?
It's not appear to be yet.
It's in between. It's in between the scrolls. Rita 1's still not on there, SMH. Yeah, can we just get Kamen Rider 5's put in here as Universe 5.5.5? I mean, there's a bike that turns into a robot in that one. Listen, I'm just one man. Yeah, stay tuned for our Kickstarter. We're going to be fundraising to properly do this. Good scientific work. Connor McClure, I would like to bring up a tactics.
Now we're talking like, where's bot shots show up in here? PVC. Do we even count like non-transforming PVC items?
There were 2 robot bikes in Phi's, that's true. I mean, one of them was definitely a robot bike, and then the other one, I think someone would make some kind of, like, tiring argument. I could be the one if necessary. That, like, one of them's a robot and one of them is a mecha. That seems like a very tokusatsu fandom thing to do. Do we count the pissing Transformers toy thing? They're called, what were they called? Hydropods. They're called hydropods. Thank you.
I feel like this should just encapsulate mainline toys. Anything else is an entirely different set of branches and webs because there's no like generational evolution through things. I think that's a safe delineation. It should be cataloged in a system, for sure. No I in Smith and Aksmth there, Whispering.
Yeah, this is for the G1ers.
Yes.
This is for the true fans.
This shows how everything relates back through everything.
This thing keeps bonking me in the head, so I just moved it over there for a second.
But yeah.
Does the library only carry mainline books?
No, they're there, but it doesn't get classified into this universe line.
Like, this is all
Yeah.
the different universe things.
They're another fork.
No, they're not another fork because they're not at all related to this branching system. It's a different, entirely different line.
Long was here just saying it like it is. Gen 1 boomers everywhere these days. Griff calling this out. In Japan, the live action movies are G1. True. And yeah, Car Robots is technically supposed to be part of G1 in Japan. Over in the Delta branch, I think we got a little bit of... We got space over there in the Delta branch, so we could... That's a 0. That is 0.7 Sigma! Yeah, animated I think was supposed to be G1 somehow too. It's all in KISS players across the universe. The one with the actual KISS players in it, the band. All right, Aaron, I want to make it to May.
Okay.
So we're close. Galaxy Force Sonic Bomber. Oh, this is when we're starting to see the Sonic Bomber. What was he Wing Saber in Cybertron? I don't remember. I was anyway. I remember he got a cool shot in the Galaxy or in the Galaxy Force OP in OP2.
There's some pulls in the Wayback Machine.
Oh, really?
Yeah. With a bunch of dead image links.
Sigh. Well, did you know, sighing further, Konami dumped all 20 million shares they had of Takara on April 28, 2005? Or a few days before. Popular video game maker, I guess back then, known for its Castlevania and Metal Gear Solid series, sold all 20 million of its shares with Japanese Transformers toy maker company Takara. In 2000, they purchased 20 million shares of the near-bankrupt Takara to turn the company around. In recent times, Takara has once again fallen to unprofitability, not having any huge successes since the now-failed Beyblade series. The shares were sold to Index Corporation, a cellular phone systems developer and wireless content provider. As to what this has for the future of both Takara and Transformers is unknown at this point, but considering Takara isn't making money again, the future seems up in the air. So yeah, for a while in the aughts, Takara was like this sort of failing company that was bolted onto Transformers and kind of surviving because of that. And then they invented Shinkalion, and they don't need nothing anymore. But yeah, Takara's gonna die was like a common discourse on message boards. I just clicked the link. Oh, this still works. I'm using an ad blocker. It's true. This is what else was happening in 2005. Gundam GQ was out, I guess, in 2005. Hey, the Allspark returns. No, wait, Allspark owner Calidor. This was not yet when everything. Where was this after? Because the Allspark had a major. This is pre everything. There was some point where the Allspark had a massive, like, basically mutiny, and lost their message board.
I don't think this is the mutiny. I think this is when their server mounted underneath someone's desk died.
Okay, yeah.
And then we had a couple of threads on TFW that were like, hey, this is where all of you Allsparkers can come and shelter.
Yeah.
While the bad things happen. And then as your people tried to get things back up and running.
Yeah, because at some point there was this major mutiny, and the main thing I remember about it was that some amount of the admin and or mod team turned against the rest of the admin and or mod team, locked them out, and then a bunch of us on TFW raided their board to fight with the mutineers on behalf of all the Allspark folks who had gotten booted out. It was weird.
Yeah.
And we've got a Michael Bay interview. He had an encounter.
Preemptive link for the interview in the alternate chat.
Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo.
Somebody getting to archive.org before I am.
Hey, thank you very much, Ali Convoy. Okay, that fan-made Magnus. Oh, that is not because the one that I know Daniel just got one recently. The Daniel one had ball socket elbows, so that must be not related to whatever is produced now. Ooh, wow, I've been chosen to receive a free 42-inch Samsung or Panasonic HD TV, Aaron.
Oh boy.
Last night I took on some freelance video work for a large news channel. The job was to cover a birthday party for Ken Sachs. The only reason I took the job was because Michael Bay was on the game. Oh, wow. Michael's a good friend of Ken Sachs. Was a sure bet of him attending the party. Press calls 9 p.m. Arrivals again 9:30. It wasn't until 11:30 p.m. that Michael Bay pulled up in his Ferrari, which is a good thing since I was ready to head home. I had been warned before that Michael Bay was not an easy interviewer, someone who'd be willing to spill the beans on Transformers or any of his upcoming projects. We just had to try. Michael Bay confirmed he will be directing Transformers and that the movie is on a fast pace with plenty of prep work currently being done. He did say shooting will start in December and the script is not done. When asking a bunch of questions, Michael Bay responded, "Yes, we'll make everyone satisfied on that." It wasn't a simple interview. At times I felt like I was pulling teeth. I have to apologize to Michael since I'm sure he had a long day at work and was tired from editing The Island. The last thing he wanted was some geeky, tubby bastard asking him about Transformers, but hey, it's my job. One thing, when he asked if he sees this as a franchise with 3 or 4 movies, he responded that it could be. Oh.
Again, I like the idea of like, hey, do you think this could be this, series that has, at this point, 20 years of history? You think this could be a franchise thing with multiple movies? Fuck no, it's only going to get one. It's going to be garbage.
This is going to be a disaster, man. Like, they got me. This is a toy movie for babies. I don't know.
Look, I'm rolling up at 11:30 p.m. to somebody's birthday party. Like, that's also a life I could not understand. I think for almost all of my life, 11:30 most nights would be like, I'm well past my bedtime.
I could do
now
it.
I could. I could do it if I knew it was upcoming. But if I got a phone call from a friend like, "Hey, birthday party starting. You want to show up at 11:30 p.m.?" I'd be like, "Cards in the mail."
Yeah, rolling up in a Ferrari, no less.
Yeah.
Emma with a question: do you think the release of Age of Extinction the last night was overall beneficial to the franchise? Age of Extinction was, because it made whatever that number was. It was wanted at least $2 billion. And it did cause Grimlock to go evergreen, I think. For better or for worse. But also, Age of Extinction assets pop up all over the place for some reason, and it's also the most honest of the live-action movies, so that is objectively beneficial to the franchise. The last night, I think, mainly it, I think, had a hand in slightly kickstarting studio series to exist, because Age of Extinction's Premium Edition line was basically Studio Series Beta. So, in that sense, I could find a way that it was beneficial. Also, the Barricade and Megatron designs in that movie are pretty sexy. So, that's a little bit more of the science coming in. That's more of the objective benefits popping up. I think it was the first step to focus on robot characterization. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, Age of Extinction was the first time that they seemed to have character arcs happening. Not in a way most people liked, but as a way I liked for the robots. And yeah, last night ruined a lot of what Age of Extinction set up. It generally did a lot of damage, but the Last Night Megatron has a grippable ass, and the Last Night Barricade, I think, is a pretty good evolution on a walking ACAB billboard. So we had our little things happen, and also we got Anthony Hopkins ragdoll out of the Last Night, which I have to admit is pretty funny. I don't need to copulate with alien organisms. I just need to grip them by the ass once or twice. That's all. Like, you look at that Megatron thigh to buttock, and you just smack that thing. And he would probably be like, "Ah, good! Do it again! Ah!" Because, like, he was looking pretty... Also, Quintessa, all things considered, kind of like a Shodan. That's my vibe, so, hey, you know, I'm just saying. I got what I needed out of the last night.
Yeah. I always felt like the last night's problem was, I mean, it's 3 people named in screenplay, 4 people named in story, but that's like Akiva Gold. I guess screenplay and story are almost all the same people, but then Akiva Goldsman comes in over top on the story. Was very much, I think that there were like 3 or 4 movies right in this time frame that were like, we loaded 4 different ideas into the story shotgun and fired it at the wall. Because wasn't like one of the Pirates movies was like that as well?
Yeah, we got a writer's room and then we used it wrong.
Yeah,
basically,
where it was like no bad ideas, no bad ideas, no bad ideas, and then all of the ideas.
It's not no bad ideas. It's we're gonna have a writer's room. We'll collect plenty of ideas, but then rather than turn these ideas into a series of screenplays, we will try to turn them into one screenplay. And it's like, why did you collect 20 movies of ideas then?
Yeah.
Was there an actual reason for Hot Rod being French? Yeah, it's because he was in France for so long that he couldn't get rid of the accent. Like, he does explain it in the movie. Hot Rod is one of the highlights of that movie. He's very well realized, and he's basically like, I hate this accent. I don't want this accent anymore. I've been stuck in France for so long, but I can't stop using this accent. Someone help me. Which, you know, can happen to people. You know, there's, what is it, that, was there not a woman at one point who, like, suffered some kind of brain damage, and when she awoke, she had a Texan accent that she couldn't get rid of or something? Like something in her brain had been jarred and it created an accent?
I know I've known that I've seen some things like that before where somebody has a traumatic brain injury and then comes out the other side with different vocal cadences or whatever.
Yeah, and I just remember there was an interview, like, because it was interesting to me at the time. I just remember the interview. She was like, yeah, I'm not trying to do this. This is just what happens when I speak now. Which is like, kind of interesting.
Alexi Silver, that's me whenever I have one conversation with someone with an accent. Yeah.
I inherit accents, definitely. Like, if I hear them regularly enough. Like, I know when I was listening to Giant Bomb constantly in the late aughts through 2010, I was picking up, like, some weird, like, SoCal noises.
Yeah, no, I was thinking back in grade school, my grandparents had a place in Tennessee up until the beginning of the pandemic. I had the first and last trip to that family cabin. But anyway, we'd spend like 3 weeks down there, and then I'd come back with quite a bit more Tennessee than the Midwest neutral that is Indiana.
Yeah.
And yeah, some word choices, some accent choices, and then some local friend would make a comment of, "Oh, you sound funny," and it's like, okay,
you're the one who just said you sound funny, pal. Like,
yeah,
why are you betraying the whole state like this? Emma, Chris, can you do an impression of your brother? Not easily. You'd have to imagine me speaking a bit slower and being more introverted. That's the best way I could try to describe it. But I think I've been polluted with so many different podcast voices in like the aughts and 2010s that like this, I don't know what my voice is anymore. It's just sort of the thing I have. I have been told I speak English very well for someone who speaks it as a second language, and I'm always like, I don't know how to take that. Anyway, inside Hasbro, a G.I. Joe fan becomes a G.I. Joe what? Read the story of a fan who won a contest, got to become a G.I. Joe figure. I don't remember this.
Yeah, I don't. You follow it, joesightings.com.
UltimateBB. Oh, wow.
So joesightings.com still exists as a web page, but the link doesn't work.
Also, Emma is giving condolences on you being Indianan. I believe. Emma, are you not from Chicago? Is this a beef? Is this a
Hoosier? But yeah,
is this a beef?
I think I said "ew" to Illinois on an earlier stream. So
I always lose track of the state beefs.
You take any state that has a neighbor, and there's likely a beef. Web archive for how to become a Joe, I guess.
Emma literally saying, I hate almost every state in my adjacency. It's true. The science is true.
Yeah.
State snob. Let's see. Transport statue details from Ken Lilly Palisades. I think that they were still doing okay at this point. The debate of the week returns after a nearly year-long hiatus. So here's the debate question. Why does Power Rangers continually outdo Transformers in both toys and television? Huh.
Chris Kickback's the one that came up with that one.
And this is before he got into Toku. This is before Toku Chris existed.
I think he was into Toku now. It just wasn't, they didn't have Toku Nation.
Was he?
Yeah, I think he was always a...
Well, this is an interesting thing to read in 2025. I think Power Rangers actually, at the time, had a lot of success because it did what Transformers did to its own success, which was continual reinvention. And in the aughts, it also had not been around for that long. McClure, I hate every state I see, from Alaska to Tennessee, or Tennessee in Canada. No, you'll never make an Okie out of... But also, in the aughts, Power Rangers as a toy line was also, like, at least at certain points, straight up just importing the Sentai toys. Like, they weren't doing a lot of remaking.
They were importing the Sentai toys for... It was quite a ways in.
Wild Force, I think, was the best year for that, where they were almost one-to-one just the Super Sentai toys, like, down to the diecast content. Yeah, Power Rangers was... in 2005, would it have been 10 years yet? Now I can't remember.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was 93.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was. 12 years, yeah. Sorry, Ruby was like, Power Rangers do what Transform don't, and I was kind of locked in on that.
Your brain got stuck on that one briefly.
It was pretty good. Yeah, they remade Morphers with the Disney seasons, and then they soon were remaking the Mecha too, I think. But I just remember, I got almost in a fight on the TV Nihon IRC because I said I heard the Wild Force stuff is just Gao Ranger, and a lot of the TV Nihon IRC in that era was like, no, you're wrong because that's impossible. And yeah. Isn't Power Rangers getting outsourced? No, the kids' toys for Power Rangers got licensed out, but the rest of it, I think, is like mostly hearsay and scuttlebutt, and no one. They're doing like an automated upscaling of the old show again, and there were side-by-side photos where I literally couldn't tell the difference, and I was like, "What are we spending money on here?"
There's 8 more pixels, dude.
Like, I think that didn't the side-by-sides like come from the production too? Like, look at all the great work we're doing. And I was like staring at them like, what did you do? Like,
yeah.
Maybe it's because they were stills, but I was also sitting there going like, hey, maybe there's a ceiling on how much upscaling you can do. Like, what are your masters? Do you have masters?
Yeah.
Is this just broadcast tapes? Because
recently had another upscaling debate in dealing with Star Trek, where they did like 4K remasters for the original series and Next Generation because those were shot on film.
Yeah.
And they could rebuild a lot of it. But Deep Space Nine and Voyager, they didn't shoot on film. They shot to digital.
Yeah.
And while they framed everything wide, they definitely didn't shoot it at anything higher than piss poor TV quality, basically. And there was somebody that went through and like specifically authored AI data set to help make it look good. And it like there were 2 shots that looked good, and their other like 4 demo shots looked like crap. Because
yeah, I'd be so dubious.
Anything that was like a tangle of colors, like Quark's outfits that were very pattern driven, like some of it like kind of crawl, like a still didn't look bad, but as soon as he was moving around any bit, it like crawl shifted weird.
Yeah.
There was a time where somebody put down a pad that had writing on it, and it all looked like AI text.
Yeah.
Like,
There's
like-
a
like
guy
it- ugh.
there's a guy on YouTube who for years has been doing, as a fan, AI upscaling on Deep Space Nine, and his YouTube channel is a fountain of knowledge on that topic, in my opinion, because he'll have shots. It's actually beautiful because it also shows like what you might not see, and people would say like they should be releasing this tomorrow, and then the guy who owns the channel would say no, they shouldn't. Watch the clip again and look at Worf's forehead, basically.
Yeah.
Or watch the clip again and look at Quark's shirt. Like those were two things that constantly, no matter what he did, he was like, I can't get my upscaler to comprehend some of the costuming and makeup effects. So like if you and I love this because this is why I go on my rants on Blue Sky sometimes about like conflating some of this stuff, because this guy was like, I'm trying to devise one as a fan in lieu of this probably ever happening officially, and maybe I can provide this information. And that's why when you said like someone was trying to offer something, I was like, oh, I'm so because I know at least one guy has been doing this for years and has probably better data than whoever that was.
And it may well be that whatever that conversation was some telephone game of this guy's doing this, trying to make it better, and then somebody saw that page and then tried to come and was like, look, see this, and it's like, no.
Like there are some times where it looks amazing, and the most debatable ones, because sometimes it works. That's the thing about this stuff. Sometimes it works. Sometimes you think it works, and then when someone tells you what to look at, you're like, oh, whoops. And then there are some times where you think it works, and then again, the owner of the channel basically said, no, I agree, this looks amazing, but that's because we got lucky, because part of what looks amazing is entirely generated by my algorithm, because that visual data doesn't exist in these masters I'm using.
I think it was the Operation Return. Like, it was a bunch of starships in combat. That one looked good.
Yeah.
Because that's probably it's straight lines and angles, bright colors against darkness. And I forget what the other one was, but yeah, it was the other ones was it was a pad in shot that, like, on my not so great DVD capture version, I have the DVD set. Don't go say that I pirated. That might actually be a pirated copy. Like,
is anyone in this chat gonna actually be like, did you pirate?
You can see the title line quite well, and then all the rest of it kind of falls to lorem ipsum text, basically. But the upscale version of it it's all like Elcar's brain trauma, where it has like the idea of the font that comes out of that data, but nothing that you could ever read. Everything is curved and rounded.
PT, I'm not
like that.
I'm not sure what the channel name is off the top of my head. I discovered the channel because I wanted to watch Garak clips, basically. And this guy was doing his work, and basically everyone in the comments, when he was like, I don't know what should I experiment on next, basically until he ran out of them, people were like, can you do another Garak scene? Can you do another Garak scene? So his channel happens to be the nicest looking cache of Garak scenes on YouTube. So if that's the one, maybe. Also, I saw Lee Calba brought it up. James Cameron also is like, because again, this stuff can go wrong if you have the wrong person at the head, right? He has some upscaler that he's in love with, and he used it on True Lies, and it looks god-awful. And True Lies was, like, shot on film, I believe. It should be able to be upscaled properly. That's why...
yeah, you'd have to go back and get the original film masters, and then you could upscale it properly.
Yeah.
But if you don't do that, if you just take, hey, this is the theatrical release from whatever digital format they were using at the time, and we'll upscale based off of that, because that's based off of the film masters, right? And it, like, forgets an important step in there, and everybody just goes, but AI!
Once you get
AI
generational... Like generational, then you start inventing visuals, basically. If you, especially if you're doing it fast, that's what frustrates me about something like Deep Space Nine, where one person is making some pretty darn cool progress on figuring out ways to upscale around the lack of good masters, and that's one person. And I'm like, a good project with good funding and a lot of staff that has good oversight could figure it out
in the long term and make a really cool Blu-ray set. And part of what frustrates me about the way that slop generational and etc. has conflated itself with AI upscaling is that is probably impossible for the next 5 years at least to expect out of a big company. And then seeing the James Cameron True Lies upscale, I was like, you know, this is now infecting the top level too, because James Cameron used to be reliable for at least one thing, which is
Joel Adler saying he actually did scan in the Film Masters.
Yeah.
And then AI. That's even worse.
That's the thing is James Cameron used to be reliable for tech, at least, like 10 years ago, right? And so even he is now like a lost cause. And it's so frustrating because like we had everything in place, and now it's all covered in mud. And it annoys me a lot because there's a lot of remarkable stuff that can be done with a lot of these tools, and now the people who could spend the most money and accrue the biggest squads to execute upon this want the sloppiest garbage. So it's just a weird place now.
Yeah, I mean, and the rough thing is that like when I was breaking down the DS9 stuff, it was like the TNG remaster didn't make its money back. CBS, Paramount specifically said like, hey, like after the third season, they weren't selling enough Blu-rays to be a profit, but they were like, hey, we started this project, we're going to finish it.
Mm-hmm.
And so then they did finish it, and then everybody was like, you got all 7 of those out, let's do the next one. And they were like, no, did you not see where like we couldn't make money on it? So why?
That's the other thing that
you wanted a bunch. That's cool. It cost us, I think it was some millions of dollars. Was it like just under $1 million per episode at the time when they were doing it?
Well, that's the thing that frustrates me about
the film,
about that effort is like, at a certain point, I feel this stuff goes from being like this stuff should no longer, some of this should no longer be seen as a profitable exercise, and it should be seen as genuine, straightforward restoration and archival. Like it should be seen as imperative for this, like the medium, not like a saleable product so much.
But if you have it as it was released as the archive, why do you need more scanned lines that didn't exist on the original release?
Well, that then comes down to like how available, right, are some of those things.
Yeah.
And in some cases, I also feel like there are ones that simply require like way more work, and I'm like, if the issue is they require way more work, right? Then we should be doing it. Like not we, like the people, just we as an industry should be making use of the technology and tools we have developed. And obviously I know all things are supposed to be saleable, but also I go like, well, that's not my problem. There should be more people losing more money that they don't need in order to make for a better, wider cultural media library. So, you know, someday I will simply go up to a bunch of people with, like, you know, a fishhook in my hand and get, I know what you did last summer. So go fund my Babylon 5 remaster, and then we'll all be good. But yeah, no, I will never give very much thought or value to the notion something has to be saleable to exist, because that's not my problem, basically. That is an issue created by stupider people with more money than me. And that's an imbalance we can eventually fix. Another imbalance we can fix is that Hasbro Toy Shop, as of May 2nd, 2005, is finally online. And there is one Transformers item available. A VideoNOW 3-pack of Armada cartoons. Apparently there's going to be exclusive G.I. Joes on there as well. I don't remember that.
Australia, the 3 3/4. They're saying right there, that's where the 3 3/4 line continued.
I don't remember what part of it continued on there.
It just limped on because there's some Joe fan somewhere that has knowledge of where some Hassenfeld brothers skeletons are buried, so that they can say, "Hey, do you remember the dossier? Yeah. Do you want that released? No. 3 3/4 gets another year. I don't care. It's not making money.
Yeah, that lasted for a long time too. Like, like they were able to pivot off of that first live action movie into some pretty sick stuff. For like it ended very suddenly in my memory, but it was post that first movie when they had like, you know, the whatever Viper with the friggin' giant vulture wings and the like the ones that all looked like they were out of a Metal Gear game that didn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay, so Transformers G1, as of May 2nd, is back on TV in Australia. Aaron, did you know TFW had another layout change?
Yeah. Yeah, it's because everybody was angry about the last one.
Oh, Ronnie Lane's got a video of the Transformers on VideoNOW. Hang on, let me go take a look at this. Yeah, Hunt for Cobra, that's what it was. It should be through enough. Yeah. What the hell was that?
I don't know if I saw any Transformers jumping through this. It's a bunch of advertisements.
Well, it says Transformers Decisive Battle re-upload.
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to.
Look, this was developed by Tiger Electronics. Okay. No, there you can see it. There, there's some. That's the two ships. It's the Armada intro. Hey, do you know about the Transformers? You know, the whole whatever. I'm rad. Did this thing not have any colors?
No.
N. What the hell? Oh. What? The color was a later update. This thing was a potato. Oh, wow. This looks cursed.
Yeah.
This looks like a Game Boy. Sorry, I never interacted with the VideoNOW. This is all a little bit distant to me.
And the refresh on those pixels too is.
Oh, the. This also looks better on the stream because I shrank the window down.
Yeah,
like
Silver. Do you want your video now or do you want your video good?
Because I could blow this up.
There'd also be video cheap. That's the other leg.
Like, here's what we're actually seeing in real life is this. Do you want to be able to stack these pixels for storage later? Yeah, portable. Did portable DVD not exist in 05? That's where a lot of my knowledge really compresses over a decade because I personally advanced through a lot of portable video tech in the aughts, and a lot of stuff that wasn't really available.
The first portable DVD player was introduced in 1998 with Panasonic DVD L10.
Oh.
Popularity of low-cost battery-powered portable family to watch Chinese and South Korean programs on SD cards and USB flash drives. Thanks, Wikipedia.
The video says Transformers. All I'm seeing is Nickelodeon shows. Yeah, now we're hitting the. That was the intro to Armada. I'm pretty sure. But how long has this been playing?
Yeah,
random Nickelodeon clips.
I didn't see anything. I guess I skipped the very beginning of it.
We're past 6 minutes of this.
I'll see the episode. Yeah, no, it was all like Nickelodeon ads.
You're right. This is just like
Transformers promo, and then just nothing but Nickelodeon show ads. Don't you like your video now?
Sure. I think we've seen enough of this.
Yeah.
The Armada clip was less than a minute, but they had enough room on the disc to put like 8 more minutes of other stuff. Transformers Collectors Club figure set to ship soon. That is the little Energon biplane guy. Fan club and BotCon news from Master Collector. regarding the status of the club and convention. Due to unexpected delays, the convention information expected at the beginning of this month will not be available till the end of May. They're still working on the club forum and the website content. They've also just received new items from Hasbro and added them to their online store. So I'm guessing this is, when they mean convention information, they mean the registration info, because they just were at TFCon less than a month prior. Okay.
Remember, we got the intel that all of their web page stuff was all hard coded.
Right.
The whole life of the Transformers Collectors Club BotCon era.
Ruby, imagine making the concessions required to watch something like this and still having it stuffed with ads. I mean, that was sort of the fun of VHS back in the day, is like, I wonder what they stuck in front of my movie. And that could be kind of fun. Or if you were watching Puppet Master, they always had the Full Moon video magazine at the end of each movie. I liked those. Those were like proto-vlogs. Walmart near me had VideoNOW discs of Armada in 2018. They were on clearance, but they were still asking for $5. That's bonkers.
I mean, didn't we... Yeah, VideoNOW's produced... but used discs called personal video discs.
PVDs.
So we're about 30 minutes of video release. When's the last VideoNOW first released in 2003. Non-backlit screen, resolution of 80 by 80, non-square pixels.
Non-backlit.
Display up to 16 shades of gray. VideoNOW Color, the second model, released in 2004. Screen is backlit, resolution increased to 240 by 160. Along with the superior screen, the color adds the ability to fast forward and rewind video. First model only allowed for skipping between scenes.
Oh.
And then the VideoNOW Junior, the third model, released by the subsidiary Play School in 2004.
Junior.
The variation of the color designed for preschoolers with a more childish design. Rubberized corners, bigger buttons for ease of use, and 2 eject hatches, which have to be pulled at the same time to minimize the risk of the little bastard opening the video disc. I mean, part of that wasn't in there.
Big update from Joel Adler. The video files in the original VideoNOW were actually audio tracks that the player decoded.
What?
That's bonkers.
That's crazy.
There are some old video formats that were similar to that, if I recall correctly, like old video formats.
Video data stored on the left audio channel with audio on the right channel, thus making it impossible to achieve stereo sound on the system. That is bonkers.
Oh, they had a burn your own disc kit? Wow.
That is such a weird hack that somebody probably felt fantastic about. And I think that's neat and also kind of terrible.
So someone
probably so they could get around, like, because anytime you see like the DVD logo on something or the Blu-ray logo on something, somebody had to pay money to the licensing, like the licensing godhood that exists around that. And so that was, somebody probably found that hack and was like, okay, with the way that it encodes, we can use this and just have it strip the left audio channel out and make that the video. That is, like, as an engineer, I love that and think that is awesome. And as somebody that just watched a section of that video, I say there's a reason why they don't do that.
I mean, bear in mind, we looked at the grayscale version, which I assume was also unbacklit, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So it might have looked. What else?
No, that was backlit.
Was that backlit?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's like that side lit backlit blue blue look.
Yeah. Well, whoever developed that.
VideoNOW PVDs, personal video discs. Media Wizard.
Whoever developed that should feel good about it, and I hope got paid really well for like cracking that code for Hasbro, because like that is sick. Like that's when I was like back then, to put some context why I think that's sick. That's when I was like using multiple pieces of software to be able to play clips of Gao-Gai-Gar on a Palm Zyre 71, for instance, because I thought it would be, or on my PSP, where I was like loading Gao-Gai-Gar videos into my PSP, because I was like, I want to be able to watch video when I walk around. Like that's why when Oh, what was it? One at least one of the Gao Gagar final episodes I watched like on a PSP or something like that, like at uni during a break once, and I felt like I'm in the future. I was like so hype. Oh, okay, the color models can still play the black and white discs. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of power, behind audio track recording. Like, I still get like kind of wowed at how vinyl discs work. Like the fact that you can just like press those, right? And they just contain bespoke, detailed audio, and they are pressed like, like with a stamp, and like that's wild to me. That someone many decades ago figured that out. Yeah, the PSP was like a homebrew machine back then. It was so fun. I also watched Spider-Man 2 on my PSP all the time because I got that UMD, and the Batman Adam West movie, which actually had the commentary track. One of the few UMDs that had a commentary track bundled in. CED discs use record grooves to contain video, among other. Yeah, that might be what I'm thinking of, because I remembered something about like grooves containing video, which blew my mind as well. Like the fact that video could be turned into the same kind of grooves you might have on a vinyl disc. I was like, how? Like, I'm not, obviously there's a way how, but like someone had to think of that, right? Yeah, vinyl records are 100-year-old technology. It blows my mind. Yeah, that stuff is bonkers. Also, this seems like, Aaron, this seems like a good place to set the bookmark for our next jump in.
Yeah.
The Master Collector news on May 4th. So I'm not sure when next we will do a news dive, because I am going to be very busy traveling this week and doing the toy show in the Ultimate Collector's Toy Fair Cherry Bomb's putting on in Victoria at Perks Arena. If you are able to make it there, I'll be selling, as of now, tons of Lego there, among other things. I'm not 100% sure if I pulled too much out of storage. I have to weigh my suitcase somehow, and I don't know if I have a scale here, so I'm going to be looking for that after the stream is over. But I dug out. I went to storage to like dig out for things to sell, and I found I had a bin of Lego that I haven't touched in 12 years. And you've seen some of it on the channel, like the old like early 2010 space stuff with the green aliens. And I was looking at it all, and also the the superhero thing they did, where they had the big truck and all the transforming vehicles. I had like 2 of those. And I just don't think I was like looking at it, and I was like, yeah, these are neat to own, kind of, but I don't think I need to keep these. I was telling Aaron before the stream, like, I think this is really confirmation to me that like I love and respect Lego, but I don't really need to own much of it. I have much more fun spectating it. So I'm going to try to sell a bunch of Lego, among other things, at the toy show. See what happens. There might
Good
be
luck to you.
There might be a scale at Union for the train. Well, I'm going to get me a human ride share to the airport earlier in the morning. Mandarin ATV. The instruction book was in there, but I don't know if the ATV was in those bags. I kind of just winged it. I'm going to sort it out when I get to my mom's place. But so no, thank you, Aaron, for the good luck. I hope I don't have too much trouble pricing things. Basically, I gotta, because it's all in bags already, thankfully. But I gotta make sure that the bags are all together in the right spots. Still,
Okay.
and that nothing's missing. But it's also the first step in trying to reorganize. So you think I got depression clutter here? My storage unit is even worse, and I need to really like clear out a section of it to like be able to see what's in the back. So this is all part of the flow of like trying to tell myself doing little things that don't seem to make a dent perceptibly on the disaster. They are objectively making a dent because they are things happening. It's really hard to like accept that from my point of view, but I understand it, so I'm trying to do it, and this is part of it. So also hopefully that means I make lots of money at the toy show. That would be nice. But Aaron, yeah, if I feel like I got spots and the setup to do this while I'm out west, I'll hit you up.
Okay.
Worst case, then we'll just resume. Worst case, we will resume in early May, covering May. But like
In early May, we're in the back half of May now.
my brother.
In early June, covering the... Boy,
Okay.
This is like friggin'... I was trying to set up, a little behind the scenes. I was responding to a late message because I didn't see it got shunted to message requests about a Transformers zine, and I was like, no, we can talk and do a little podcast supplementary. And then I finally figured out and agreed to like a date and everything. And then 3 days later, I was like, oh wait, no, that date is during this toy show. I can't do this because this involved spinning like 3 other time zones around as well. And I just had a real moment where I was like, I need to go and get myself a nice breakfast because I'm thinking too much. I was turning it into a failure spiral, which was very irrational because I'm trying to keep track of time zone stuff. I got other things going on, but still trying to figure out how to make it work, regardless. But Aaron, I will let you go before I go to the wind down segment.
All right.
Oh, we got some VideoNOW imagery here. Create your own PVDs with the VideoNOW Media Wizard.
I was trying to bust into the conversation earlier on that, and you kept your own steamroll going.
I did. Well, I was worried because I was like, "Uh-oh, we're nearing midnight. I got a bull rush, a little bit." But no, Aaron, thanks for joining me and and taking the time out of your night. And I will catch you later.
Yep. All right. Take care.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Everybody should hit that QR code and donate, or from there go to Team and then to Aaron Smith and donate there.
What? No, that's my guy. Where's my QR code? Here it is. Boom. There you go. Nice and subtle. Nice and subtle. I'm going to open that QR code up again on another stream at some point. Just thinking it's going to pop up in its normal spot. It's going to be this big in the middle of the screen. It's going to be beautiful. Time to hire a Vecretary. Yeah, I had a moment. That getting the time zone and date and everything mixed up thing set me on this really awful spiral for like 90 minutes. And I had a moment where I was also just like, I understand now why some streamers have a manager. And not a manager like corporate style, but like a manager that is a friend of theirs that they, in their success, have been able to hire to help them just like handle stuff. So I had a real moment where I was like, and then there's me. But yeah, Aaron has taken Vecretary duty at conventions many times, and has also been very helpful in keeping podcast flow going. Because again, I spin a lot of by my own choice, I should say. Also, I spin a lot of plates. Slightly less by my own choice. I don't have the ability to pay for like additional staff to do so because I'm not successful enough. I'm barely getting by on my own. But if I ever became successful enough to actually hire people, then like you'd see it. You'd see something happen. But right now, I that's a funny idea, isn't it? Anyway, there's that Dono Extra Life QR thing. I'm just gonna put this up. I'll put it over here. You can't tell if I've logged out or not. Yeah. So, what's going on? Let's close this up. Mother Evangelist, that's what's going on. Aaron's not on the line now, so this is a lie. I have to turn that off. And yeah, Aaron's got his link in the chat if you want to get him to the point where he has to watch publicly Dahir Insat and get angry, and he will. We confirm this privately. He actually gets angry watching it. With $32 deluxes, we all do. We should all become Evangelists. All the best to actual Mother Evangelist. Thank you. I threw in the actual just so people know what we're talking about. Thank you, Mike. Yeah. I was what was it? I want to share a heartwarming moment. The other day, my mom answered the phone, and then no, she called me and said among other things, she said thank you for making my existence happier. And I was like, oh, at least one person confirms. I got to put that on the back of my whatever the thing stuck on my back that has all my my references. And what's the word I'm looking for? Testimonies. I got to put that in my testimony list. Yeah, angry all over my soul. Yeah, Aaron. I think we What, we watched a bit of the earthquake bed, and you were just fuming, like like genuinely angry. Yeah, I saved a whole 75 cents. We're doing it for real. His review page, if you will. Well, thank you for feeding the machine. But yeah, I gotta lay out some of my current plans. Because now that I filled my check log, I just have to weigh it. We're gonna go face cam and take the Aaron tag down there too. There we go. So I gotta weigh that suitcase. If that suitcase is like under 50 pounds or 50 pounds exactly or whatever, then most of my work is done. I just gotta figure out how to stuff a week's worth of clothes, or maybe a bit less, into like my carry-ons, right? Does Aaron know about Dahir Inside? No one's told him about Dahir Inside, I don't think. You should probably tell him about it. Yeah, so I'm flying out on Wednesday morning. I am going to try to film at least one more review if I can before I fly out of a more recent toy, just so there's something like kind of simple in the pipeline. I have also continued trying to film some of my Diaclone Reboot Dia Battles V2 footage. Once I get that one made, I think I'll have a better grip on what I need to film for Diaclone Reboot stuff, because for those who know about what it is, right, and who have messed with it, that stuff is just so inherently sprawling that I find doing B-roll of it is not overwhelming, but it is a lot of mental load to think about. So I've got some more stuff shot for Dia Battles V2, but I'm thinking either like originally I was like, I should write a review for SS86 Bumblebee quickly because I filmed his robot mode, but then I thought like, well, I got Studio Series this year Bone Crusher, and I got Studio Series this year Leader Age of Extinction Optimus. So for Bone Crusher, I started doing a script, and it's almost done. So that one might be one I just quickly film, with Bone Crusher being in the context of this is Bone Crusher, the deluxe toy that you buy by itself, because I think that's a more interesting way to look at an individual figure than, like, kind of just sort of throwing out half of the thing as, like, part of a team, so you already know if you're getting it or not. So I like to play pretend, like, hey, what if you just got Bone Crusher by himself? Is my vantage point. And I've also been thinking less about, how do I, like, how much work do I got to do to unearth my two Devastators to get the Bone Crushers out from them, the Combiner Wars and Unite Warriors ones. But then I also thought, what if I just write a quick, like, small paragraph about how genuinely tiresome I have found the Combiner Wars, Unite Warriors comparisons on these new ones to be, because, like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's a completely valid comparison to make. But there is so much time between these toys that their similarities, I feel, are more just a case of who the characters are. And to put it succinctly, putting a lot of work into showing what they look like next to each other feels like I'm doing someone else's homework that I don't want to do, and I already finished school. So I don't know. I'm more interested in just like filming and covering Bone Crusher by himself. So I had a moment of like, should I set up and go grab and do comparisons with at least the Combiner Wars one? And I was like, it's just so tiresome to me. And also, you can't buy Combiner Wars Bone Crusher. You can buy Combiner Wars Devastator. So this just is more of, we're talking about the whole team now. So I feel like, should I finish collecting all of the Studio Series Constructicons, then I'm more likely to do side-by-sides. But when they are individually coming out, I just find it a bit of a tiresome exercise. So I kind of just want to talk about Bone Crusher. Because it's going to be very much a review of, like, I like this little boy. Also, I don't think he's a very good standalone deluxe. I think he's okay, but I think that you'd be way happier with him on sale. And I think, that's kind of where I landed on him. I like him, but, you know, he... much like any deluxe right now, there's a whole lot of like, I like this little guy. I just try not to think about how much he costs, and then I'm happy. But yeah, I'm trying to, this is something I've been doing for years, is trying to teach myself out of feeling like I'm obligated to show specific side-by-side shots if I just don't really care that much. So it's probably going to be Bone Crusher, because I wrote most of that video now. And if I can really like slam out some of that writing stuff and don't have too much packing things to do, I would like to like squeeze out a script for this guy too, because I like this thing a lot. But I'm also going to be back home like 2 weeks later. And it's worth saying, I have like 3 G1 toys that I filmed in entirety the last time I was out west, and I still just haven't written the scripts for them. And those scripts are mostly just trying to be succinct, is the exercise. So I'm not hurting for stuff to talk about. I'm just trying to, like I said, spin a lot of plates and sort of like be my own vecretary. When I am out west, I am planning to try to do some filming after the toy show, specifically focusing on the Unicron trilogy, because I own all of Armada and I own most all of Energon and at least most of Galaxy Force. So I'm thinking of just like focusing on. I was going to focus on Armada, but like I want to film at least 2 things from the Unicron trilogy, because I also need to go through those toys. I forgot that a lot of those toys have batteries in them that aren't Armada Optimus, and I need to go double check that I took batteries out of some of that stuff that I didn't remember that some of those things didn't use watch batteries too. I forgot that a lot of those used cylinder batteries, so I gotta dig through those 3 tubs, well, 5 tubs, and make sure nothing's melting. It was on my mind when I was reminded that Armada Red Alert had full batteries in him, and I was like, oh, I don't know why I thought those were LR-44s. There's no reason why I should have. And if there's battery goop in it, then whatever. I'll pull the batteries out and try to clean it with, like, steel wool or whatever it is. It's not steel wool immediately. I think it's there's levels you go in that stuff. But yeah, those are some of my little plans. I also got 3 PowerPoint nights to edit, and I'm excited about those too. I'm trying to not put out more than 2 of those in the same month if possible, just because like I know most people don't care about it, but I do, so I'm not going to stop. Just plain water is very effective with battery gunk. Yeah, I remember like if it's crusty, like steel wool helps to get it off the contacts or whatever. Or something like that. I can't remember. But even if a lot of them work, I would like to pull them out just so I don't have to think about them anymore. But yeah, I got 3 PowerPoint nights. All done with TFCon panels. I posted the YouTuber panel. So it very thankfully hit 1,000 views. I'm so overjoyed. I think it's partly because I had a last-minute thought to try to do the whatever collaborator post thing on Instagram. And, like, most everyone has bigger Instagrams than me, so I think that helped a bunch of people know it exists. So the last panel I edited was the GoBots panel, but that is not mine to post. I have passed it along to Jim Sorensen. If you don't see that GoBots panel up anytime soon, start poking Jim Sorensen and tell him, hey, I would love to see that GoBots panel that you have available to you now. I do think it might be difficult to upload depending how bots react to it, because he used a lot of clips, and I just edited it like, pure, like without thinking about any bot stuff. So I don't know if that's maybe going to cause issues, but if you don't see it for a while, like, just poke Jim. Be friendly, but just poke Jim and go like, hey, I want to see that GoBots panel, because it was pretty good. He covered a lot of cool stuff. Oh yeah, automotive cleaner. Thank you, Plasticon. Yeah. Yeah, the PowerPoint nights, I'm glad that they at least hit like 100 views, because obviously they, probably look weird in a subscription feed, but good. People need to have it normalized and forced upon them to expect the unexpected in their subscription feeds. If they want something more curated, they can, I don't know, go rely on Gemini and go to their front page. I'm trying to think if I had anything else to share of what was going on. I think that's about it. Yeah, Die Battles V2 is the first Diaclone reboot video. After that, I'm going to do Powered Suits A, B, D, and A, B, C, D, and E. No, just A, B, C, and D. And then I'm going to save E for the big Powered video, which will also have the Dionaut packs with the bikes they did for that thing. And then after that would be Battle Buffalo. I'm mostly going to focus on like those main Diaclone things at first. I finished my glass of the blue Pepsi, and I don't know how to tell you this. I think it permanently has... I gotta wash the glass. Maybe it'll wash out. But it seems like it's actually stained the plastic of the cup. Because it's coming all the way up to here. And it's empty now. So, like, it at least left, like, a film behind. And yeah, there's still a little bit of blue, I think, in the middle of my tongue. Masterpiece Ironhide review when? Which one? Allspark Blue returns, true. It'll wash out just like pasta sauce in a Tupperware. I hope so. And yeah, I'm kind of hyped. I mean, I'm not going to tell you. I feel... So I'm fine with it. But I feel it is maybe engaging in some TMI if I just like go on to like my socials and go like, let me tell you all what color my poop was. But I'm curious if... I only had half a bottle. I don't think I like it enough to finish this. But I'll put this in the fridge, and if I get really thirsty later, I don't know, maybe I'll give it a try, like, straight. Yeah, the Pepsi Electric Zesty Citrus Zero Sugar is, like, okay. If you have fond memories of Pepsi Blue, give it a try, because maybe your memories will connect it more than me. It's relevant. It looks a lot like Pepsi Blue. It's darker, I think, but it looks a lot like Pepsi Blue in a glass. So that was kind of fun. And, you know, drinking Windex alikes is always a good time. It's like how much I love that purple ketchup that Heinz did. Is there anything else going on? Yeah, I don't know. The next scripts are going to be Bone Crusher, Studio Series Age of Extinction Optimus, Studio Series 86 Bumblebee. Scripts are done for the Mecha Invasion, done and recorded for Mecha Invasion 2-packs number 2 and 3. Just have to film the articulation segments for those so I can lock the timelines and the rest of the footage. There might be a long pause before I do the combined mode because I really want to do a dramatized opening, but like I'm trying to figure out one that's feasible to film that I want to do. And I keep getting carried away with like ideas in my head that I don't think I can execute upon reasonably. So I want to, not to say I don't want to just be like bold, but I want to come up with something where I'm going to like finish it and go like, ah, hell yeah, we did that. I was trying to think of like who they would be on screen with. And because it's probably Generation Toy, I was going to have them beaten up Generation Toy, Jazz, and Optimus. That was what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm not sure precisely how I want it to flow yet. So I don't know. It might be a little bit till I do the combined mode because I want it to have an intro. So I want to feel good about an intro. But the actual reviews of the individual 2-packs, I got to finish up those other 2 as well. So I have plenty I can do. I just get into analysis paralysis and I spin so many plates that sometimes I freeze up a little bit. So that is about it for those updates. Yeah. I'm also nervous. I always get nervous before I travel. It's stupid because I travel all the time, but I just get nervous that I'm doing it wrong, which doesn't make any sense. But that's generally like where a lot of my nerves lie with traveling. Is like, oh no, I'm going to travel wrong, and then I'm going to get bad reviews for my traveling. From who? Curious, are you doing any panels at TFCon Toronto this year? I haven't submitted any yet, but I probably should because that's in a number like less than a number of months. So I hope I will. I'm going to be probably submitting. One of the goals is to do a Newsdive debrief 2005. So me and Aaron are hoping to finish the year 2005 before TFCon happens, so we can do a panel about it. Even if we don't, we're going to do a panel. We're going to submit a panel about it. I can never say until it's in the schedule if it's for sure. But definitely that. Definitely something talking about our hobby and doing it healthily, because I like doing those, and people seem to really like doing those. So I will be submitting those to myself, for sure. If there is a YouTuber panel, there's a decent chance I'll be a part of it. I always offer to do hosting duty because I'm pretty good at it, and it takes a load off folks, but... it's mostly like I'm happy to participate. I love doing panels, so if I am asked to participate in any, I usually say yes. And with the YouTuber one, I usually offer to do some of the like the planning and the hosting, because like I don't find that stuff like terribly hard. And so far, it has been my experience that folks are happy to have someone doing it who enjoys it. Oh, Masterpiece Ironheart, because that guy's the originator of Hand Feel. Yeah, I guess is he post or pre MP36? Because like definitely whatever those tenets are like originated for me in my head with MP36 Megatron, but I forgot if that's before or after Masterpiece Ironhide. But yeah, no, I'm hopefully going to be doing some panels at Toronto. Ironhide was 27. Oh, okay, yeah, then Ironhide was the progenitor of it, yeah. Yeah, I don't know when I would do a review. I have to... One of my little towers of piles is in front of the doored cabinet that my Masterpiece stuff generally is in, up until MP44. So I need to, like... It's a little operation to get someone out of there. But yeah, no, I should probably submit those panels after the toy show while I'm still out west. When you were first talking about Ironhide in the podcast, you invented the word hand feel. Oh! Hey, good on me. Good work done here. But yeah, I hope if you're able to safely make it over that you are able to come to TFCon Toronto, because that would be fun. And that's, you know, selfishly, that's where I would be able to see you, and so that would be a good time. I'm still, like, obviously, I need to keep an eye on how America's doing before I ever go there again. So currently, TFCon Chicago is not on the table for me because I don't feel safe going there. So Toronto is kind of like my last convention of the year right now. Also, Chicago's not like something I was dead set to go to already. I would just really like to. But I am not sure. Even if I didn't feel at risk entering the country of the United States of America, it would be a struggle to actually like assemble the funds to make it over there. Is it really in 7 weeks? Damn. July 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 weeks. Damn. I should submit those panels sooner. Oh, Connor, it's first time abroad. I hope you have a good time, and I hope that you don't suffer from any, like, you know, troubles traveling around due to all, you know, all this nonsense going on. I love traveling. It is one of the nicest ways to make a bunch of memories, and one of the nicest ways to also appreciate your home once you get back. Like once you actually know what it's like elsewhere, gives you some perspective on where you live. Yeah, I mean, long if we end up running up until like you know, if things get tight, we already might like, you know, do multiple news dives in the same week to catch up. We're just right now, you know, the pace we're at, like, seems like it's going okay. But yeah, we're playing it by ear, and we're not adhering to any rules of engagement with this. So one way or another, I think that we will be done in time to have a fun presentation at TFCon Toronto. And those panels are fun to do. The 2 times we've done them, it's because there's, you know, a lot of the people in the panel room haven't seen the Newsdive streams, so it's fresh for enough people. At least that's the impression I get, given how many people are laughing at things, that I figured, like, you know, this is all old hat now. Yeah, damn. I'm gonna wait till after the toy show. But yeah, next week I should submit those panels. Unless I get into a spurt of writing energy like tomorrow, then who knows. Anyway, I gotta go get the music put into the player. Why is it always full screening it? Hey, thanks for checking out this here stream. The next time you see me, if I do another stream sooner than later, it's probably not going to look or sound as nice because I'll be doing it probably off of my laptop and my iPhone. So, you know, it'll be like that New Year's stream. But we'll figure out something. That might be, what a great time to have a little yammer and hammer in session or something like that. Yeah, Long, if we do a Newsdive stream once a week, we'd have a 3-week bumper before the con starts at the current pace. So that's also why, like, you know, we're going to make it. And if we end up having a pause or something, we'll just do, like, 2 in a week or something. But yeah, if you are able to come to Toronto, please do. If you are not, I am going to, it'll take a little bit of time, but I will try to provide copies of everything that I do over there virtually for you to be able to take a look at after the fact. Yeah, otherwise, oh, Schlieffenman's your first stream. Hey, check it out. Yeah, hey, if you're checking out VODs, please do. And to you, the VOD squad, I put out the request, as always. If there are moments you think are neat, tag them with time codes, put them in the comments, or clip them. There is a clipping system on YouTube. It's not very obvious, but it's there. It's down around where you push the save button and everything. There's a pair of scissors. You can make clips up to 1 minute. And if you care at all about like channel like metric stuff, clip plays apparently add to watch views, whatever, to the VODs. I don't understand precisely how, because that's a 60-second clip of usually a multi-hour video. I don't get it, how it helps, but YouTube told me it does. But the time codes help me more, because I can eventually, some, you know, long night, head in and start applying those as chapter markings as like a thing. So those always help out. Oh, Long, yeah, Geets was great. I think I finished all of it. I'm not sure. I think I watched everything now. Oh, is Milne going to be there in Toronto? I think he's confirmed to be there for TFCon Toronto. Anyway, yeah, it's end of stream, you know, yeah. Take care of yourselves as best you can. Be kind to yourself as much as you can, and I demand your survival, because I'm unreasonable and selfish, but in like a fun, puckish way.
Let them come.